I guess at some point I have to actually play the game and not sit here listening to StarCraft music. I will admit one thing by itself that makes the Final Fantasy Tactics R look a lot more appealing is the idea of being able to back out of a battle, if I understood that correctly. Because I can't be the only person who used to keep dozens of saves after every single battle, specifically because of the fact that I would run into a battle and not be prepared for it because some of those battles are complete bullcrap. And that's it. I'm screwed unless I had a backup save. Hey, Nordame. Damn right, Janeway. Or, I mean, Sean. Sean, I've got news. See, that's a nice remaster feature, Retrodust. Nice little quality of life thing. I was actually thinking about it. Like, what exactly would qualify a remake in this case? And honestly, I don't really have a good answer for that. Like, rewind a couple years, I'd say we'll just do, like, XCOM 2's gameplay, but with Final Fantasy Tactics' story and done. And then I reviewed XCOM 2, and it reviewed a lot worse than I thought it would. And so that's egg on my face. I mean, that's always kind of a gray line, right, for Justice? Like, at some point, you just kind of stop being the beach and start being the shore, or however you want to think of that. Hey, Zach Taft. That's cute. What's with all this cat gear? Ah, that's cute. Yeah, that's the ice cream guy who's married. Engaged, excuse me. See, the thing is... Whoa, Shira, you okay there? God. Shira, I know you're excited for the alcohol registry. Oh my god, Chloe! Chloe, no! Yeah. See, the thing is, I don't think I would fundamentally change Tactics' gameplay. I think the biggest thing I would change to a Final Fantasy Tactics remake would be the HUD, I guess is what you would call that. I would like more information when you're actually in battle and making a selection. There's something I talk about quite a lot, actually. It's called cross-referencing, right? And the idea is that you want the player to have a minimum of menu interactions to understand something, right? So, for example, let me use a made-up example. Let's say I have an item here, and it's called fresh eggs, right? And I'm like, oh man, but I need fresh eggs to make such and such. I'm like, oh shoot, I need to make such and such. And it's like, how many do I need? And then you have this recipe here, and this recipe says you need like 38 fresh eggs. So you're like, okay. So then you go and you talk to the vendor, and you're like, oh shoot, I forgot how many fresh eggs do I need. Hang on, I double check the fresh eggs. And then it's like, wait, hang on, I need to check this other menu over here in order to check to make sure I'm getting the right type of fresh eggs, and so forth and so on. Having to jump through multiple menus is a minor irritation, but that kind of stuff stacks up, especially in a game that's as paced as a tactical game. Any turn-based tactical game like Final Fantasy Tactics. So being able to just at a glance look at something and say, oh, this is this terrain at this type with this area which removes this level of movement, and I can cast this here at this range. All that stuff, right? Like there's a lot that goes into that to allow you to have that information right there on the spot, as opposed to having to double check menu A or B or C in order to verify it. Now, Tactics R did actually do that in at least one way, which was it added the turn counter to the screen, because that turn counter, for those who are not aware, was always there, but it was buried in menus. That's the kind of biggest change I would make. Everything else is just little stuff, like changing... I feel like the JP and experience progression needs a total overhaul in Tactics. I really do. The current system is way too Elder Scrolls-y. For those of you not aware, in Tactics, you do stuff, and then you gain stuff. And I'm being vague on that on purpose, because it kind of depends. And so it becomes, unironically, one of the best methods to level up a character is to not actually fight battles, but to instead stand in a corner and just cast on yourself over and over and over and over and over and over. And that kind of system sucks, because Tactics is very much encourages the player to just sit there and grind JP as early as you can, really, because a lot of jobs have abilities that don't do damage and don't require healing. So you just sit there grinding JP, because JP is actually more important than experience in that game, as it is in most games. And you get the overall idea. Probably Lana. Whoops. Ah. Yeah, info in game was another thing I was thinking of, and that's what you're referencing there, Retro Justice. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to admit, I have only beaten PS1 FFT without cheats once, because I'm going to be as nice about this as I possibly can. I hated it. It was a miserable experience. Now, I replayed it several times with cheats, because duh. On the PSP, I've beaten that game without cheats several times. In fact, I actually ground up the Onion Knight over on the PSP version. Now I need to go see what Blade Javal said, and of course it's off the screen, because of course it is. There we go. Ooh, I like that idea, Blade Javal. As I've said 1,000 times, the terrain actually mattering is something that, honestly, more games, especially strategy games, need to lean into. Tactics does actually have terrain that matters, but like they could go further with that. And that's all manually crafted stuff. That's sitting down and actually thinking about what goes where and which map, right? Like the Gafgarian fight at the gate, you know? So, let's see. HUD touch-ups, change-ups of, like, job, like, leveling. Leveling needs a polishing pass. I'm not sure of the specifics. Well, yeah, some of the later stages honestly kind of suck. I honestly forgot how bad Tactics gets towards the end until I did the lore run a few years ago. Because I was just sitting there gushing about the game, and the story, and the complexity, and the design of it, and then it's like the last, I want to say 4 missions, and all of them are just kind of... okay, yeah, it's here. It's kind of lumbering to the finale. Yet another victim of Sunshine Syndrome. Aha! There you are, Saberwife. I actually wrote down an answer to your question. So, you asked favorite positives and negatives to game. I decided to give you 4 answers. My favorite positives and negatives from both axes. So, favorite story positives I tend to give. I'd love to hear anybody else's answer to this question, too. But for me, the story positives I tend to enjoy giving the most are moments. MSQ is nice, cutscenes are nice, but moments. When an individual moment, when like just a few seconds of relevance really pops, those tend to be some of the best sequences in a video game for me. Moments tend to be why games are memorable. You know what I mean? Yeah, actually, Mook. Something that got a positive is worth noting, and for exactly this reason. Let's just attack and see what happens. We should be fine. We should be fine. Now, story negative. The thing that irritates me the most on the story axis. Fake drama. 100%. Fake drama is something I've never liked, even when I was a kid, even if I didn't fully understand exactly what it was. Even if I didn't fully understand what was going on or why. Fake drama just... Why? Just get off my screen. Stop it. Stop it. Fake drama, if you're paying attention, is functionally a moment that's a negative, really, if you think about it. It's a specific type of negative moment, but it is still a negative moment because it's almost always done for no good effect other than to either drag things out or to artificially force the characters against each other. And by definition of being fake drama, it can never be a good thing. It can't. It is not possible for it to be a good thing. If it was a good thing, it wouldn't be fake drama. It would just be drama, right? Gameplay-wise, this one I chewed on a long time. Probably going to give away some of my Mega Man roots here, but I would say level design is my favorite type of gameplay positive to give. Obviously, this tends to apply when it comes to platformers, but honestly, every game to some extent or another tends to have some kind of level design. And I have studied and lived and breathed level design for actual years at this point in my life. I don't know why I'm saying years. Decades? Since the 90s. So, however long that is. And I'm pretty sure that was like last week, right? Yeah. I'm not old, you're old. But there's just something incredibly satisfying about a level that really popped. Whether it's an RPG, or whether it's in a platformer, or whether it's in a strategy game. A truly good level design just is so satisfying to see. Which brings me to my least favorite gameplay thing. My least favorite negative to give or whatever. Can you guess before I tell you? It's honestly pretty obvious if you think about it for a second. Path level design. Good guess, actually, but no. It is padding. There is absolutely nothing that a work of fiction can do that pisses me off worse than padding, than wasting my time. That's how I describe that. Did I go too far? I think I went too far. Oh, it's north of here. Okay. Yeah, time is precious, and I don't mind my time being used. I don't mind my time being spent. I do not enjoy my time being wasted. Yeah. Yeah, I bought Epic Flying when that was insane to do. I still did it. Now, I could flip the question. So what's the type of positives I like to see most? I guess that's kind of the same question. It feels a little different, though. I guess maybe it's more like the kind of negatives I want to give the least. I don't like giving negatives to games. It's contrary to popular belief. Yeah, empty text. I don't like giving empty text negatives. That's actually a good answer. Not just because people are like, but lore, that's not empty text. No, 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 no. I just don't enjoy doing that. So, yep. Blocking to the next screen. Please shut up so I can go there. Ah! Oh, the spiders stare and clap at me. Bravo. Actually, yeah, microtransactions objectively are probably the worst kind of negatives to give. I wasn't even thinking of that direction. Microtransactions, as they are nowadays, shouldn't exist. It's the nicest way to put that. And it's rare I'll say that, but no, microtransactions, as they are today, should not exist. Should be straight up illegal. Yeah, a designer... Whoa. There's no accidentally microtransactions, right? You don't, like, whoops, oh, I screwed up in my design phase and I accidentally added a microtransaction to the game. It doesn't work that way. You have to go out of your way to make a microtransaction happen. These are interesting people. Let's stop screwing around.
Take this! Final break!
Also true, Moog. Now that I'm thinking about it, I'm not sure there are many other negatives that are always deliberate, you know? Like, Retro Justice just mentioned bad difficulty curves. That sucks. But you can accidentally a bad difficulty curve, right? Hell, honestly, the first game in this series did that. Xenogears did that, to use another example. Final Fantasy Tactics did that. It's actually really easy to screw up a difficulty curve on accident. mentioned fake drama. That could just be someone who doesn't really know how to write real drama. Padding? Padding is usually deliberate, but not always. Sometimes there's just a lack of proper editing involved. Sometimes they didn't think about it. Sometimes they didn't have the development time to chop it down to something more appropriate.
Seems you.
Sometimes Tar Hunters just decides to give me a sub for some reason. Yeah, exactly. Like, a microtransaction isn't a matter of opinion. It is. Jeez Louise. Thank you for the sub, Tar Hunters. Remember, you can put that towards up to 3 things, not just 1. Yeah, that's another thing. Creative types, I've talked about this before. Creative types have this thing where they just kind of keep creating. I don't want to call out Mr. Red, but Mr. Red probably has a recent example of being, a personal example of the value of proper management when it comes to a project. Because proper management is the person who says, well, hold on. We'll put the charts acquisition 33. But either way, the answer to your question is a fairly obvious, yeah, absolutely. A JRPG is a genre. It's a type of game. Oh, just picked up my controller. Mother 3, Expedition 33, and Dragon Age 4. You got it. Thank you, Tar Hunters. But yeah, a genre is a genre. And genres don't care about where they were made, right? Expedition 33 is, by every account I've seen, 100% a JRPG. Doesn't matter if it was made in France. I feel like I've seen other JRPGs outside of Japan, too. See, I just wish I could spend more money in Mass Effect 2. Yes! Yes! Sorry, what? Didn't I already... Oh, I don't care. Like, if it looks like a duck and talks like a duck and tastes like a duck and sounds like a duck, it's probably a duck. You know what? Good example. Thank you, Loner. Stick of Truth. South Park Stick of Truth is totally a JRPG. And that was made by Obsidian. Now, while we're on the subject, BRPGs don't have to be made by Bethesda. We've had Kingdom Come Deliverance, which is a BRPG. We've had Fallout New Vegas and Outer Wilds, or excuse me, Outer Worlds. Both of which are clearly BRPGs as well. And I feel like there's like another big one I keep forgetting. If it's a goose, honk! Sorry, I'm sorry. Don't know what evil demon came over me there.
Can't be.
What the hell did that? Why are these not dead? Oh my god. Oh yeah, Slarpg. That's a perfect example of a JRPG not made in Japan. I knew there was something recent we covered. Still a good run, Mook. Congrats. See, I don't agree with either of those statements, Loner. First of all, you're playing it technically, which by definition makes you wrong. Second of all, honestly, I've never seen those games as RPGs. Any more than you could say, like, for example, that Final Fantasy Tactics is a puzzle game. There's an argument to be made there, but it's stupid. Looks like it's south of here. I mean, in fairness, BRPG is actually my name. I came up with that term. You find a skeleton wearing a name tag reading MT Chester. Sorry, that was a lie. You don't find it. I mean, there's no such thing as a concrete genre, right? I mean, I guess I shouldn't say that. There are some games which are very clearly, obviously, and definitively, this is such and such genre. But for the most part, most games drift in and out of different genres. That's the nature of it. Hell, a lot of people tend to forget that when it came out, Super Mario Bros. 1 was actually a two-genre game. And that was actually one of the reasons it was considered so revolutionary at the time. That's also the thing. Some genres are not mutually exclusive. For example, Final Fantasy Tactics is a JRPG, and Kingdom Hearts 2 is a JRPG. But at the same time, both of them are different expressions of that. One's an ARPG, and one is a TTRPG. Turn-based, grid-based tactical. As I've said a few thousand times, the only reason I care about genres is specifically because it's helpful for cross-examination of games. The truth is, there's only one treasure chest in the entire world, and it just follows you around, filling itself up with new goods for you to plunder. That sounds like a good old game idea. Did you hear about the girl who paid for everything with black Sepith crystals? She said it was only costing her time. Wow. It's useful. It's useful to compare, Skyrim to Outer Worlds. It's useful to compare Final Fantasy VII to Xenogears, right? Like that is a useful comparison point, and it helps to try and keep the overall review process as accurate as it can be. At the end of the day, even that's not necessarily an absolute thing. Sometimes I'll glance at a game and be like, well, how does this compare to this other game in a totally different genre? I do that often during the audit. Like, I'll see, oh, this game got 4 pluses to character. Does that feel about right? And I'll think, okay, well, what's another game that got 4 pluses to character? Ah, this game, okay. Ooh. This chest is empty. No, seriously, it's really empty. Now, when I review Mr. Red's game, I'm gonna be like, all right, Mr. Red, I'm gonna come at this thing with a hacksaw. Okay, I'm just gonna run a chainsaw right through it, and I'm gonna qualify it as every genre simultaneously. I'm alive. And I'm hungry, feed me. Inside is a single piece of paper. It's a teaser for a brand new game called Trails in the Chest. It looks boring. You put the paper down and leave. That's a good point, Mr. Red. Sorry, I can't review your game. It's a horror game. Sorry. You sit down in the empty chest. You feel safe here. Conscious that you're being stared at, you crawl out sheepishly. You find a skeleton. Damn it, Pyramid Head. Ruining everything. Oh, wow. What's funny is, like, Evo's making her games, right? And she's like, it's not a horror game. Anyways, can I show you this, like, blood-soaked forest of the Fae? And I'm like, Don't the trees look like they're made of bone and viscera? I shouldn't say that when she's not here. It's true, though. It's so horrifying. Oh my god. You should see it. Anyway, sorry. Ooh, a cookie. Sorry, so somebody asked a question. Who was that? It was Kenix Cow. What's a game in development hell that I'm sad I never got to play? Gosh, that's actually a tough one. Let me think about that. See, the problem is, most of the games that fell into development hell either were cancelled, which isn't really the question you asked, or I never played because I was waiting for them to come out to play them. Or eventually came out, for that matter. Some of them did eventually. You don't understand how hard it is to come up with 500 unique treasure chest phrases that are brimming with sarcasm. Yes, I do. Do you remember the last time open the chest? The chest remembers. Ooh. Hold on.
This ought to perk you up.
Eat this!
Yeah, I didn't think that would work. Damn. I don't have much CP right now. I don't have CP! This is so unfair. Okay, whatever. Did you not even kill it? How much health does that thing have left? 13! There's 13! Alright, hang on. I don't have the spell. Okay, we killed one. Jesus Christ. Of course they split up. Why would they split up? If we're expanding that list to include games that were canceled, we've got that Star Wars game that, you know, we never will know if it was any good or not. 1313, I think. I suppose the entirety of the Xenogears series would qualify, because we're never seeing that. I know, I don't have the spell, Lucas Slaughter. I only have it on, like, Stealth, I think. Okay, I have it on... Never mind, excuse me. I have it on Chloe, because she's my mage. Well, it hit. Oh, God. Of course, now I'm just suddenly struggling to come up with games that have been canceled that I care about. Help me out, chat. What are some canceled games that it sucks that they were canceled? So that was a lot of experience, Jesus Christ. What would it take for Xenogears 2 to happen? I would have to take over the world first, Mr. Red. That's barely a joke. It would be incredibly unlikely to happen. You would have to get 3 separate companies to all agree on something. At least 2 of which hate each other. Metroid Prime 4? No, I'm pretty looking forward to that when it comes out. Since, you know... Yeah, I'm having trouble thinking of it. I know there are several. Just can't think of any all of a sudden. Scalebound was... yeah. What's really irritating is I know there's like 5 games that were canceled this year by various studios that were under Microsoft as a result of them firing a bunch of people in order to afford their big AI push they're about to do. And several of those were games I was actually looking forward to. And they're all dead. Oh, you don't understand yet, Mr. Ed, do you? So the thing is, you probably think Microsoft is all in on AI. Now, as in currently. What you don't understand is they're in the middle right now, and have been for a couple of months, of restructuring several entire departments to be solely focused on generating and developing AI and pushing it as hard as they can. They're trying to corner the market. You know, the market that already doesn't really exist.
Nicely done.
Oh yeah, Tyranny 2. That'll never get made. Which is a shame, because Tyranny ends on a cliffhanger. How many years does it take for a story of heroes to become a legend of heroes? That's a good question. Sure, the chest looks nice enough, but you wouldn't want to get your on its bad side, especially with your hand inside of it. The KOTOR remake. I mean, that is dead in the water, so I guess that qualifies. Oh, Van Buren. That's right, there was also the Snow White game. How many of you even know what I'm talking about? No shame in it. Honestly, I only remembered because I was literally researching this just a week ago. 2 weeks ago now, I guess. So... I don't remember the name of the company, actually, because the companies were just bouncing around a lot at that point in history. But one of the major games that Chris Avalon was working on was a Snow White game. Emphasis on past tense. If the terminology is not obvious, it was straight up canceled. We honestly don't know much about what kind of game it was going to be. And we never will now. That's turbo cancel. That's dead in the water. Oh, Project Titan. Now that was a nightmare. The game that nearly killed Chris Metzen. See, I have to say that jokingly, because how else do you deal with that, right? No, Overwatch was built out of the bones of Project Titan. But what Project Titan was and was supposed to be. Let's take all the typos we accidentally left in the game and shove them in here, pretend they never happened. You sneakily crack the lid of the chest and take a peek inside. Sadly, no treasure chest fairies flying around. No items either. Some monsters, though. For those of you who haven't heard the whole Project Titan thing, it's actually a long, complicated, horrible story, which I will not actually bore you with right now. Suffice it to say that around Cataclysm, Blizzard was trying to sunset World of Warcraft, presuming there's no way that WoW is actually going to keep going for, as long as it currently has. This is actually a pretty smart move, relatively speaking. So then they decided to get a whole bunch of people together whose job it was to essentially do two jobs at once. Continue to kind of idly develop WoW and kind of focus on, using it as experimental testbed, while also simultaneously working on Project Titan, which was going to be a superhero-based MMO in a brand new IP that they had just invented. So to summarize, that didn't work out at all. It was very stressful. Things were not coming together. They could not figure out some of the core game loop elements. And no matter how they kept finagling themselves around it, it just would not come together. Now here's the thing. Hang on. If I could put on my project manager hat for just a second. There's nothing inherently wrong with a project that just won't come together. Sometimes that just happens. Sometimes the developers can't make it happen. Sometimes the creative types can't figure out how to make the pieces work together. Sometimes there's just issues in the way, right? That's life, and there's nothing wrong with that. The problem is recognizing that. Being at a point where you can actually say, yeah, this isn't working. And if you can't actually recognize that point, well, what you get is Project Titan. Because the thing is, some people, Amazon, have this weird thing where they think, well, let's just keep working on it. Just keep hacking away at it, and eventually it'll be something good. That's not how life works in real life. Spoilers. And so they just kept hacking away at Project Titan. And it kept not coming together. And they kept hacking away at it. And it kept not coming together. And they did this for years. Just years upon years upon years. And here's the other thing. Mr. Red will also understand this sensation. And again, I'm not trying to pick on you, Mr. Red. Honestly, anybody who's been creative, I understand what this feels like. You ever really work on something for a long period of time and look back and feel like you've accomplished absolutely nothing? That is incredibly demoralizing. Especially if you've been working your ass off on it for years. Actual years spent trying to get something and failing at it and not actually having anything to show for the arduous amount of effort and time and heart and soul and blood and sweat and pain and lack of sleep that you've poured into this project. So it got to the point, and when I say it nearly killed Chris Metzen, I'm actually not being facetious. Dude had to go to the hospital. Because the sheer stress of working on Project Titan and accomplishing nothing, and the whole thing just becoming this black hole, this vacuous suction pit of energy and time and effort, sent him into the hospital. Yeah. And finally, they decided to go ahead and pull the plug on it. And that was not a small decision that they made. Because that's the other side of things. Obviously, everything I've just been saying is from a creative perspective. Now think about the people who are managing the books. Imagine you have invested actual years of time and budget on a game that doesn't exist. And never will. It was, in fact, the single biggest reason why Bobby Kotick started interfering full-time at Blizzard. He actually appointed, I will never remember his name, Crony. I always call him Crony. He established a crony whose job it was to be Bobby Kotick's personal thug in charge of Blizzard. And so all of this sudden, all of the staff at Blizzard had to report to this crony instead of to whoever they were reporting to prior. And let me tell you, that was pretty much the end of that, and that's what led immediately to the eventual office being on fire problem. Because things got bad after that. Gross. So a favorite sport in real life and a favorite sport in video games. In real life, back before, I lost the use of my leg, I would say basketball was one of my favorites to play. I also like baseball. In video games, fictional sports, would it be cheating to say Valsin ball? If it is, then I'll go ahead and go with the Mech Warrior games.
Oh, are we done already?
From the Mech Warrior series, from Battletech. Yeah, they're all afraid. Just thinking this might be a warning about something. You mean the Ouroboros is doing? Can't say for sure, but something like this has happened before. Day after day, the monsters are all riled up, and then bam, right after that. Right after? Enough about that. One is, animals have better instincts about this stuff than humans do. Yeah. What sports do I like to watch? I suppose I'd go with Formula One. And, yeah, they're just spread out enough. Look at them. Look at them. Formula One and football. I mean, that counts, Mr. Red. And as a thing in lore, too. Which endlessly amuses me. I know what you meant, Master. I would have said American football if I meant American football.
Piece of cake.
Do I remember Wii Sports? Yes. I don't understand your question, though. Like, what are my thoughts on what, exactly? The fact that Wii Sports exists? It exists. Or does it? It's entirely possible Wii Sports never existed. It was a group hallucination. Wake up, sheeple. Nintendo's playing you. It's all part of the Illuminati. Which are actually Cerberus for some stupid reason. Yes, Elizar. The Wii hit broad appeal, which is funny because, frankly, the Wii didn't actually have a very good library. For gamers, it wasn't nearly as good of a console as the other offerings at the time. And frankly, it wasn't as good of a console as the GameCube. However, it did have two things going for it. One of which you just mentioned, the fact that it had plenty of casual games for people who were not gamers. To clarify very quickly, a gamer is someone where video gaming is their primary hobby. It's the thing they do when they want to spend their time in an activity that they enjoy. So the Wii appealed to a lot of non-gamers, but for a lot of gamers it still appealed to them too because it had backwards compatibility. So you could still play all those GameCube games on the Wii, in some cases upscaled. Hate things with dodge chance. Just die. Just die, Zello. I mean, let's see. So let's look at the Wii's library. So we have Galaxy 1, Galaxy 2, New Wii, Mario Kart Wii, Twilight Princess, Brawl. I'll give you Brawl. We're up to 6. This is not a big list, which is sort of my point. I guess there was Donkey Kong Country Returns. So that's 7. Was there a game where Link could become a wolf? Where do you come up with these questions, sir? Yes, Twilight Princess does exist. Sometimes I think you're just jossing me or trolling me. You're Reyna, right? Yeah, we met during our investigation of the Academy. Chloe's here. What? My goodness. I assume you saw her posting? Yeah. Okay, sure, yes. I accept your mission right now. What's up? That's a servant of the house, like me. We're both charged with caring for the mistress. Yeah, I'm getting ahead of myself. Okay. Remember Felicity? Actually, I do, yes. She was the one about the ghost story, exactly. She ran away from here at the Antarose. Why would she do that? Today's the most auspicious day for her. Okay. The son of a certain Erebonian noble, yes. He's traveled far into what most Erebonians consider barbarian hinterland for a wedding conference with our mistress. You mean like an arranged marriage? Felicity's being married off? Student she may be, but the mistress is 16. As daughter of a noble house of the Erebonian Empire, it's shameful for her to have no proposals. Now just a freaking second. There are kind of more important things in your family's high and mighty honor or whatever. You consider what she thinks? The proposal comes from a person of noble lineage and personal status. That sounds like a no to me. I can kind of see why she fled at this point. So can I tell you the truth? I think I'd try to flee from something like this myself. I don't think any of us can blame her. Just wish she thought about how this would get other people, other than herself, wrapped up in the mess. Of course, entitled to your opinions, I will refrain from voicing my objections. What matters now is not a debate over the merits of free love, but bringing back Mistress Felicity. Yeah, moral debates aside, her being out on her own, out of contact with everybody, isn't helping anybody, least of all her. Felicity's personality, she tends to go far away as she can when she's committed to something. She's taken to the roads by default, on foot. It's really dangerous right now with the monsters the way they are. There go my request. Do you understand now the severity of the situation? You say that first instead of distracting us with this wedding stuff. Thank you, Agate. Tell her you're such a coward. You're really sure you want us to deliver that? I am sure. Call it a calculated action. Whatever. Hey, Mr. A, do you got a second while you're looking up Korean names? What was the golden number of Twilight Princess, please? $500. Oh my god. Oh, oof. Thank you. I know that's like top 25 range. In fact, that might be top 10 or 5 range, honestly. I remember Linked Rabbit. But then again, I like to do Twilight. Link to the Past randomizers, so what the hell do I know? Oh, sure, just take it. My name's Eric, by the way. I bet my name never even crossed your mind, did it? Yeah, it's an alright game. I can kind of casually recommend it, you know? Yeah, I've gotten to the point in my life where I hesitate to praise a game that's incredibly good. Because we've just... I don't know. Maybe I'm just more cognizant of it now than I used to be, but I've noticed there's this thing where overpraise or overbashing both kind of leads to the opposite intended result. I mean, I know. We're contrarian people, pendulum effect, blah, 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 blah. So, like, if someone was like, is Twilight Princess a good game? I'd just be like, yeah. And I'm going to try very hard to just end the conversation there. Yeah, it's a good game. It's a true statement. Norman got elected, the tourist guy. Interesting. I mean, the Xbox 360, which has no point and purpose for me personally, and is very problematic on a hardware level, so is actually objectively a bad console. PlayStation 3, which has some pretty good games on it, but is actually, once again, objectively a bad console, thanks to an absolutely insane internal architecture. Or the Wii, which is 2 GameCubes slapped together. Now, in reality land, the PS3 won that debate by a mile. But honestly, all 3 of those consoles kind of sucked in their own ways. Like, that was a weird dip in gaming, in my opinion. No, seriously, think about it. Think about what came immediately after that. The Wii U, which, even though it did not sell quite well, was a much better console. The Xbone, which, again, though it had its issues, was actually a really good and solid PC. And the PlayStation 4, which is honestly probably one of the best PlayStations they've ever had. I mean, I know 3 people personally who picked up a PS3 just for the Blu-ray player. And I probably know closer to like 20 people who picked up the PS2 just because of the DVD player. Okay, so what the crap? Alright, let's go look this up. God, what a waste of my time. So frustrating. Wait, what? Okay. Back we go. I mean, the PS3 dominated that particular era, primarily because neither other console was really moving the units it needed to be. And the Blu-ray. The Blu-ray helped. it, she's right frickin' here. I was already here and everything. Ahem. Hi. Hello, Felicity. Chloe, you're here too? What on earth are you here? We're here for you. We're dealing with an emergency. We'd like your cooperation. It's not hard, I think. We just need you to come with us back to Bose. Yeah, I knew it. Let me guess, you're Reina's hired thugs now. Thugs? I like to be not compared to surly guys with clubs, thanks. Hang on, miss. Figured that school would have taught this lesson. Bracers are sworn to neutrality in conflicts. No one's thugs and no one's operatives. Yes, I know what you are. In theory. But trust me, I know how the world really works. Regardless of pretty works, you intend to drag me back by force, don't you? If you try to flee into dangerous wilderness on your own, we may have to, yes. This ain't a barrel of laughs for us either. Please just cooperate and come with us. Stay back, you. Any closer and I'll scream. Felicity, calm down a second. It's okay, we're not going to do anything. Exactly how I was afraid this could go down. I get back off to it. Let me handle this. Okay, listen. We are here to take you into protective custody, yes. And look, I can totally sympathize with you hating this marriage thing. That's unforgivable in and of itself. The real problem, though, is Reina. Wait, I'm sorry, what do you mean? She betrayed me utterly. We were supposed to be making a little tourist trip out to Bose, see the market, say hello to Mayor Mayville. I've stopped by Bose briefly before, but I never had a chance to really see it. So you can imagine how excited I was. And as soon as we arrived, what did I find but an arranged marriage waiting for me like a snake pit? Reina had been deceiving me from the very start. Sounds like you guys have had problems for a while. But doesn't that make it even more important for you to go back? You should meet Reina and tell her how you really feel. No, that's impossible. I never ever want to see Reina again. Not making much progress here. I'm going to play around. She ain't going to come willingly. We're going to have to be bastards about this. Ye'd rather not have it come to that. Okay, Felicity, you really won't go back to town? Absolutely not. Unless Reina and that arranged marriage are waiting for me, I never intend to set foot in Bose again. You really are a coward. What? Did you just call me a coward? Yeah, I did. How am I a coward? Explain yourself. Well, you've been listing off a bunch of reasons for a while now, but the real reason you don't want to go back is you're scared of the marriage meeting, right? I'm not scared. Then why don't you go back and confront it? You seem dead set on making the wedding meeting to be purely Reina's fault, but there's no way she did all this because she wanted to. Give her a position, this can't possibly just be her fault. And yet you're latching onto her as an excuse to keep running. Don't run into stuff we hate in life. We don't want to risk being forced into marriage. I don't want to drag you back to Bose for it. If we all just try to run away from it, sooner or later it catches up to us. I think Reina knew you'd try to run from this. That's why she felt she had to lie. Yes, I know that. Okay, yes, you're entirely right. It's why I'm so angry at her. Reina always spends so much time being nice to me and flattering me, but when it comes down to it, she couldn't be honest about this, of all things. Are real friends supposed to trust one another? Well, isn't that what friends are supposed to do? Answer me, was what I'm saying wrong? Ooh, Felicity, wait a sec. I'd like a second to, actually answer. Now I get it. You got a lot more than just objection to arranged marriage on this. Aren't you taking it out on the wrong person, though? Yeah, you're right. Estelle isn't the one who needs my venom. I need to save this anger for Reina. I need to let Reina know how much she hurt me. That's victory! Are we going to teleport back? That would be nice. Hey! Save me the trip. Rain, let me clear on one thing. I still haven't even remotely forgiven you. So we can discuss that later. Yeah, I suppose we can. This isn't something we can do in 5 or 10 minutes. Well then, lead the mistress to her seat. The mistress? The mistress to her seat. Sorry to put you guys through so much trouble. Good luck. Tell the guy to go to hell. Punch him in the nuts. Twist! Twist! You performed well. The place of my lord allowed me to offer you gratitude for your efforts. It's a token of our thanks. Tornado fan. Raina, are you okay? Your relationship kind of seems to be a wreck. It's all for Felicity's sake. It's the fate of servants to be hated by those we serve. Have you ever considered Felicity doesn't think that way? Felicity thought she was a friend. Like, it's really obvious. You thought your roles to be hated. I think that's where you two slipped away from each other. It's a little big-headed when you saying this all. No, it's something worth thinking about. I believe Felicity and I will need to sit down and talk a while. However, if you'll pardon me. Hello, Cat. Oh, Tempest waiting to rage in a teapot. As our involvement comes to a close, the rest is up to them. And the stabbing! Stab, stab, stab. Oh, sorry. Ahem. No cards around him. I'll smash him. So, what game consoles did I have and liked? So, I have had... I'm not going to count handheld, just to make it easier. I've had a NES, a SNES, a N64, a PS1, a GameCube, a PS2, a Wii, a PS3, a Wii U, a PS4, and then a Switch and a Switch 2. And I believe that's all of them. She gets to pick the balcony, too, right? Wait, where was that? Hotel, right. Which of those do I think is best? I mean, okay. Objectively, the Switch 2 is the best console ever made. Let's move past that, because that is cheating. It's just... It is true. The Switch 2 has access to all of the Switch's library. And the Switch has a gigantic library. In addition to NES games and SNES games and Game Boy games and N64 games and Genesis games. And yeah. The Switch is one step away from just being a PC in terms of its library size. So, yeah, no, like, objectively, the Switch 2, which is a Switch but more, is the objective best console ever made. There's no arguing that. Personal favorite. Let's talk about let's ignore the technically issues, because there's a technically about every console. Because, like, for example, if you look at how many games are PS3 exclusives, it's actually an extremely small list. Because most games eventually get ported off of a console. Ported forward or ported out, right? So, the PS3 would lose on paper. So, let's ignore that. Let's look at, like, when the console was new. How many games were on that console and how smooth it was to play on that console, right? Let me think about that. With the signing ceremony over, I finally have somewhat open schedule. I've been planning a visit for some time, and I finally managed to realize it. More importantly, my medal must be recovered. Is that important? Barclay, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and show it to the braces. Oh no, is this it again? The medal is an heirloom of great honor and glory bestowed directly from the Emperor. To have that stolen is a slap directly to the ambassador's face. Should news of this reach Fatherland, the good ambassador would be the laughingstock of the capital. A bit extreme? I'm afraid not. I love my country dearly, but a blunder like that would be blood in the water for high society sharks. Should the rumor spread, there's no doubt his reputation would take quite the beating. Heck, talk about nasty. Arbonian society is a really scary place, huh? This is the fate of those who live in politics. Ain't that the truth? Understand now why we're asked to come? Alright, so what's the thing the ambassador talking about? It's a card! Yep, we all knew where this was going. The Bell of Judgment draws near. The Iron Horse's medal is in my hand. Should you desire to reclaim it, strike through mind riddles. First key is the following spell: Ridicule, back the in flower. What? Back the in flower. The end of everything is the beginning. Heed this well. That's a lot of work into these. This guy's so persistent, I can't even work up the energy to complain. Yep. Okay, we'll figure it out. I will admit from a okay, again, ignoring objective and ignoring eventual library. I'm kind of with you on the SNES. The NES, a lot of people tend to forget about this. The NES was kind of irritating to get running because of how wonky it was. Everyone remembers blowing into it. But the SNES generally didn't have that issue. You just pop in the cartridge and you're good to go. Now the N64 did as well, but the N64 had a much worse controller. And frankly, a worse library. Like, the SNES library was insane for the time. The second key is the following spell. FTHKC2E. Remember, always this wisdom. Those who seek the truth must forever look a step ahead. The hell? That's our hint? Thanks, now it's giving me a headache. Look a step ahead. Jesus. Okay. I think I'm just going to stop there. I think I'm just going to say the SNES. I know, it's the cheap answer, but what do you want from me? It had a great library, it had a good controller, and a quick and easy control system, and I had very few issues with it. Every other console has at least some asterisk that drags it at least one step down from that. Not counting the Switch, because the Switch is cheating. The SNES is also relatively cheap, yeah. Games for it certainly varied in price. Where is this? God damn it. I have no idea how that hint was supposed to lead here. I'm just using a guide at this point. I don't care. If you seek the third key, seek ye the reverently held casket. FTHKC2E. Advance each letter 1 becomes Guild 3F. Reverently held casket. So the church, right? Right? No. I also have to admit, and again, from an incredibly subjective perspective, the NES and the SNES were always going to win that. My favorite console thing. Not because I was a kid then, actually. Quite the contrary. I have much better taste in games now than I ever did as a kid. And frankly, I enjoy games more now than I did as a kid. No. It's because rentals were a thing back then. Rentals were uniquely good. I don't have a better way to phrase that. It was such a wonderful and fantastic way to try out a game to see if you actually wanted to buy it, and to just get a huge variety of gaming, to be able to experience a huge ton of games, right? There's not really that kind of a concept anymore, not in the same manner. The Xbox is probably the closest to that. With the, I can't remember, the Game Pass. And the Game Pass is, it's actually really complicated. And let's just summarize that really quick. It's really complicated. Moving on. Yeah, EA did have a EA Pass thing. There's actually been a few Pass-related things, but most of them are problematic. I'm going to describe that. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Nothing. Messing with the machinery on my maintenance deck, weren't you? What are you trying to do? You weren't messing with anything. We're trying to investigate this container. Investigate? Here. Oh, okay. Has a case led you to my dock? Right in the middle of it. Oh, right. I wanted to ask, could we use that machine? What are you looking to do? Oh, we just need to take a look at the bottom of the container. Could you lift it just enough for us to look? Sure, hang on. But yeah, exactly, Blade Jamal. Being able to rent out a game or two for a few bucks for a weekend is something I don't think most people nowadays really understand the value of. Imagine if you could do that now. Imagine if you could just pop onto Steam and pick it and just go to the rental page on Steam and be like, that one. And just grab it and start playing it for a bit. Yeah, exactly, Mr. Red. You get it for 3 days. It's $5. Try it out. See if you like it. If you like it, you can buy it. If not, well, you can it gets returned. You can re-rent it if you want to do that. That's another thing, too. Sometimes you would just rent a game again, because some games, you know, you weren't quite ready to buy, but you wanted to keep playing, so... The door has been thrown open. Seek ye proof of vanity. Find it in the words of the goddess. I like how they say there's only one place that could be. They don't actually say where it is. Oh, I used to rent FF2. That is to say, 4. All the time. Something that I found amusing. I'll talk about this someday. One of the times I rented, I loaded up one of the random saves that was on it, just because I was curious. It was a save at the final save point. In the final save of the Lunar Subterrane, right before the Crystalline Core. Keep in mind, this was one of my first RPGs. Like, I think it was my 5th or so RPG ever. And I was back at, like, the freaking cave where you recruit Tella. I was so lost. Less showy on a guy with that kind of presence. Nobody would notice the things there. Ah, yeah, I've done that too, but probably shouldn't have. I was a little quieter about it. What I did was I had a little black Sharpie, and you know how they had those lines on the sides? I just squeaked in a little bit, just in one of the lines. So one of the lines had this little black line going through it. I hate to interrupt your moment, but is this something on the medal you were looking for? It's not something on the medal, it's the Grand Cordon of the Order of the Winged Stallion. It's no ordinary medal, it's an exceptionally high honor that all long to receive and few ever obtain. I can remember something that long. Did you say something? No, nothing. Anyway, it's the right medal. Cordon thingy, right? Yes. This avoids the worst possible scenario. If the criminal responsible could just be punished, all things will be settled. You have an idea who the criminal might be? We have an idea, but unfortunately where they went is another matter. Is there no way you can capture them? Not immediately, no. What I've got an eye on is, as the culprit is quite the well-known thief. Have you heard the name Phantom Thief B before? Phantom Thief B? He's been appearing in Libero? So you do know him. Yes, he reigned havoc in the Imperial capital for some time. He's a man who could not be captured even by the Imperial army. Seems to be glad my medal was returned at all this time. Barkley? Sir. You have the item prepared? Yes. I feel some regret that things did not proceed to capture him. Against the infamous Phantom Thief B, you can hardly be blamed. and recovered my medal in good order and maintained my dignity in the Empire. In acknowledgement of your great services, the Emperor I, the Ereboni Imperial Ambassador, granted the Einsritter's Medal. She did her best to keep a straight face. Ladies and gentlemen, congratulations. Certainly wasn't expecting this. I suppose this also makes it part of their national family. I understand your speechlessness at being awarded such an honor. It must be very hard for you to contain yourself. Ah, sweet youth, I was the same when I received my first medal. However, do not feel unworthy. No, your efforts are more than deserving of this. I expect great deeds in the future, as is befitting of one to receive this medal. Thank you. So what's that thing actually do? What do you want about it's worthless? Oh, no, that's nice. Plus 20 defense, and it prevents seal and mute. I'm actually going to put that on. Resident Mage down here. Okay, so, I had some questions. Czar, remember, you don't need to ask if you can ask, Czar. You can just ask. I will pretty much always be my answer to that. That is not a changing scenario. Let's see if we can turn this in. Just for the heck of it. If we have this stuff on us, cool. If we don't, whatever. Yes, I want you to get some rare ingredients. They all drop off of mobs, so... Here's some locations where we can fight the enemies in order to get them. Do we have the items on us? Remember, don't use them in recipes on the way. Whoops. Hey, we got everything. Woo! That's a lot. This is the one we had to get poultry for in the first game. Okay, so Eleazar asked something and said, Lore, why are you dumb? Don't you think game companies would count renting a game as early access? I mean, game companies can be extremely stupid, so yeah, I could see that. Early access is such a different element that I'm not even sure where to go with that. Early access has nothing to do with renting, really. If anything, early access is just a form of crowdfunding. Hey, we promise someday to come out with this game. Please give us money now so we can continue developing it. That's what an early access is. Now, as always, early access is a gamble. It's a gamble on their part, and it's a gamble on our part. For their part, early access does not guarantee financial solvency. They might not be able to keep the lights on while they're developing if it doesn't sell as well. There's actually something relevant to that, because... and this is something that came up over the Subnautica 2 thing. You can't let your game go to early access too early. Because if you do, it won't be enough of a game to catch people's interest. People who tend to buy early access games are, for all intents and purposes, buying a game. It might not be finished, but they want a complete game, if that makes any sense. Right? From our perspective, it is, of course, a gamble, because some people just put games into early access and then let them sit there for years and 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 years. So, it's gambling. It's just like any other form of crowdfunding. It is gambling. You are betting that there's a likelihood that this game will be worth the money you're putting into it eventually. And like all gambling, that doesn't guarantee that you're going to win. Yeah, it's like buying a demo. That's actually a pretty good way to put that, Arspruce. So it's kind of a completely different element of, say, rental. You rent a game, you have access to the game for a period of time to play it out and try it out, and potentially beat it. Is that everything? Yes, we just need to turn these in now. So, do I know a video game that does the revenge, retribution narrative, or arc done right? I don't mean letting the bad guys go scot-free, because the protag killed the bad guy and will turn them bad, and a non... I'll play Mario Party here really quick. Points if you get it. A revenge plot. That's actually good. See, honestly, my first was actually Assassin's Creed 2, or, weirdly, Assassin's Creed 3. Assassin's Creed 3 was very, very problematic on the story axis, but one thing it did actually pretty well was the dynamic between the main villain and the main character. That would be funny, Blade Cabal. I used to get good enough to be able to use beta, or not, sorry, alpha instead of beta. Because, you know, I can do frame timing. Give me that C rank. Aww. Was New Vegas a revenge plot? No, the revenge plot in New Vegas was the hook. If you pay attention, once you satisfy... The revenge plot is literally Act 2? No, it feels more like the end of Act 1. Because you do this, right? And then you're in New Vegas itself. I like how I do this. It's like several days of gaming. You peruse the wasteland in your initial loop. And the game is very clearly designed. You go south. I guess it's reversed for you. You go south, and then you go east, and then you go north, and then you kind of come back in. And then you actually hit the city proper, and then once you're there, pretty much the next thing you're intended to do is go get your revenge one way or the other. And that's your conclusion of Act 1. So yeah, I'm going to say it's the end of Act 1. And as per a good narrative, because Fallout New Vegas has a good narrative, what immediately happens after you finish the Act 1 hook is there's another hook sitting there waiting for you. Come on, give me that rank. Give me my rank. I need my rank. Good day, Mr. Jacob. I am pure evil. On your way to service at the church. I'm afraid not. I've got to check in at the market first. I'll be sure to give Idios her full due afterwards. Lady, you claimed the exact same thing the other day, but ultimately did not attend. Leela, how do you remember such trivial things? Absolutely, we'll visit today, I promise. Remember, child, hard work is good for the soul, but so is finding time for yourself. That goes double for people in positions of responsibility like yourself. I know, I'll find some time, I promise. For now, I must ask your pardon. Wasn't sure about her when she nominated herself for the mayoral right after her poor father passed. Now look at her, real face of a mayor. You would be proud. She could serve to relax a little, but... Idios' name? Uh-oh, the camera's zooming out. The camera's zooming out! No! Ghost of Tsushima is definitely a revenge game, and does a really good job of it. I'll give you that. So, that's a much better answer to that. I actually agree with Serrani's answer there. See, the funny thing is, even good revenge plots tend to not stick out in my head all that much. I can give you an example of a boring revenge plot, Watch Dogs 1, which is entirely a revenge plot, and pretty boring, actually. God of War? Hang on, someone... I need someone to take revenge on Mr. Red for me really quick, please. Thanks. Yeah, I actually beat Watch Dogs 1. I don't remember if I did a video on it, but I do remember beating it. And it was... Yeah, it was boring. It was the most boring freaking game. It was so frustrating. Every now and again, it would come this close to being a really solid game on the gameplay axis. And there was like... What would happen is there'd be like 3 or 4 missions here and now again, or actually really good missions. And that's it. There's like 3 really good missions in the entire game. Everything else is just bog standard GTA clones, but done badly. And the narrative is awful. Before the war, there was only one guild house in Gransel. The other branches were set up after we kicked the Erebonians across the Crone. That's when the monsters were acting so strangely. Yeah, I kind of guessed that. So there's our dragon. And he's got something on his head. And red eyes, so that's not a good sign either. Interesting song choice. That's the ancient dragon, the one that's legend says dwelt in Liberl since antiquity. Well, this is quite the turn of events. This is the society's doing, isn't it? No denying it at this point. Aren't you Second Lieutenant Lawrence Belgar? Lawrence Belgar is just an alias. I am Enforcer number 2, Leonhardt the Blade Lord. May just be a set from now on. Leonhardt? Ah, now I understand. Leonhardt the Lionhearted, huh? Is that why so many call you Love or Lion? Seriously? So you're Love. I never chose that name for myself, but many of my comrades do call me that. Tell me whatever you like. Doesn't matter in the end. I think you're so much better. You intend to burn the whole city? What a headache. Our experiment this time is somewhat irregular. I'll be frank. You could never hope to handle this. Leave it to the Royal Army. Back down for your own sakes. What should we do? He'll get away at this rate. I'm going after that lizard. You guys check on the damage while you wait for the army to get here. Huh? Agate? I'll be in touch. Bye! Maybell better not be dead or I'm gonna be mad. I liked Maybell. She's what we call a reasonable authority figure, and those are rare in fiction. And rarer in real life. Okay, there she is. Oh no, Lila! Hang on. Yeah, what should I do? What should I do? Oh no! It probably doesn't matter. I really don't want anything bad to happen to Lila. Okay. Organize. Gotta figure out this quickly, but we gotta. Shara, take Chloe and Tia and help evacuate any civilians who are still in the area. Organization just means making sure we're not stumbling over each other. Zin, Olivier, clear the rubble. Right. Let us get lifting. Hi, Lieutenant Leroy. Lila, say something. She better not be dead. I'm gonna be mad. Thank God Tara's not here to see this. She'd be mad. Lila pushed me out of the way. Oh, what's even worse? Meanwhile, Zin's like, yeah, I got this. Jesus Christ, Zin. Olivier. Oh, there's just agonizers everywhere. Don't worry, we don't apply those during the rescue. It's after. Well, good work, everyone. We've gotten word about a Royal Army detachment heading in from the Haken Gate. You can leave the situation at the market to them. They bring out a monster like that, and Lawrence, second enforcer. So he's our Love. At last, our masked villain is revealed to the audience in full. He never seemed the kind of man to do something so heinous when he encountered him in the castle, but... Lupin? Have we heard from Agate? Fortunately not. That hot-headed fool. What does he think he's doing? Keep it together. Help is coming. That was the Elder of Ravenu Village. The dragon just attacked Ravenu moments ago. What? The dragon torched the orchards and flew away from the sound of it. Agate showed up afterwards and helped with the firefighting, but... Right, we're off! My cannon would help against a flying target like the dragon, and... Yeah, I get it. Let's go. Please form your party. Dragon, huh? I probably want my A game for this.
Ready?
So, that's what we're gonna bring. Okay. A dragon, one of the legendary creatures said to have lived since before the Great Collapse over millennia ago. Oh, that's right, when I theorized they still lived. I've got to draw a sketch. Don't worry, I got tons of ice type and a few dragon type moves. Daily bread soup. If they don't like it, they don't have to eat. Oh. One thing I like in fiction is when dragons are a big deal. Bowser? Let's go with yes. He fulfills most of the requirements of a dragon. So we say in concept, even if he's, you know, a turtle dude. I do find your approach interesting, Mr. Red. It's what most people do, so that makes perfect sense. Trying to set up the characters first, you know? I mean, you have your premise, obviously, so that you did that first. So, premise, then characters. I was gonna say something. Oh, right, I was gonna respond to Retro Justice. I don't think Super Metroid really qualifies as a revenge plot. I get where you're going on that, but really, that's a rescue plot. It doesn't actually become a revenge plot until quite literally the final boss. But I'll give you that final boss and literally the term that gave the event that gave us the term Hyper Beam moment. That's revenge. Full tilt. My God, that took me a second to understand the joke. Last time I saw something this empty, I was looking at my calendar. I suppose that's true, Mr. Red. To continue the analogy, I'm the one who likes to build the board before I think about the pieces. Freaking Youngblood. Let's try and find the village hunter. He's the one who contacted us. If anyone knows where Agate and the dragon went, it'll be him. That was... That's a good question. Can a farming town actually survive any of this? I haven't had a chance to read it, Mr. Red. I've done very little today that doesn't involve sleep, eating, and streaming. So, Agate was actually chopping down trees to prevent the fire from spreading. That's interesting. Never mind, where'd the dragon go? And Agate, where's Agate? Ah, yes, after burning the orchard, the dragon flew north. Agate showed up right afterwards and helped put out the fire. When it was over, he simply vanished. You sure he didn't go off to find his sister? She lives here, right? His what? Ah, so that's what Agate tells people. What do you mean? I did check earlier. Agate is not with Misha. He's not at his house either. Can we be of help? No, you don't need to front over us. We got the fires out. All that's left now is cleaning up. Yeah, you should watch the Quest 64 highlight reel if you haven't, Retro Justice. Honestly, you should watch all the highlight reels, but really, go watch the highlight reel of Quest 64. And the one of Head On. And the one of Secret of the Stars. Pretty much all of them from, like, a certain point onwards. I'm not sure what that point is, but... yeah, that's what I thought. The 6 souls who died in the war. Leaf, Abel, Nicole, Vim, Eliana, Misha. What is it, Estelle? Nothing. Nothing at all. Well, you're telling me, Retro Justice. I actually played Mega Man X7 when it was... No, the last highlight reel was the Mario Galaxy, which is a good one, and I recommend it, but that was a few months ago. Weeks? I don't know. Time is weird right now. It has been a minute, one way or the other. I don't have a lot of time to do them myself, and Mr. Red has been busy with a job that actually pays him money. Ah, that's right, it was the Mario Wonder one. That's actually a really good one. I highly recommend that. This chest message is just... no. This chest's contents have gone on to a better place. Your pockets.
Oh, are we...
Take, 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 take. That's all you ever do. Why don't you give back to an empty chest just once, huh? I mean, it's not going to be at the top, Retro Justice, but I'm curious too. We'll find out when we get there, won't we? Yeah, you're right. Quest 64 was the first really solid one. So everything from Quest 64 onwards. The chain's been cut. Are you sure? Meanwhile, Alright, that should be enough. We need a bit more time to gather the necessary data. Of course, this is the sort of job he'd shove off on me. Having a bad day? I've guessed, it seems. You're the Red Lieutenant from before, aren't you? You got the same golden sword. It's been a while, you bastard. Agate Crosner, Heavy Blade, Bracer Rank C. Oh no, you were promoted to B after the coup. No surprise a former member of the Intelligence Division would already know that. You were already sneaking around in the shadows like a rat back then. Decided to get more showy this time, huh? Well, whatever. I ain't interested in arrest or anything nice like that today. I'm just gonna slice that smug look right off your face. Confident, aren't we? I wouldn't call what happened showy, personally. But certainly nothing compared to what you saw 10 years ago. Got a look at the records of every bracer in the country. You know, are very similar in some ways, Agate Crosner. Similar, huh? You know... Okay, I think Agate's mad. You should know from our last encounter the difference in our abilities. On top of that, I have a dragon at my disposal. So it could possibly drive you to engage me alone. Think I give a damn about my chances of winning? I can't stand you! I'll take any chance I can to kick your ass. Unbelievable. This is the extent of your power. Won't even need the dragon. We may be similar in some ways, but there's one crucial difference between us. That being the reason we take up our swords. I wield mine to discard my humanity and walk the path of ruin. Only wield yours in a desperate attempt to fill the emptiness within you. Swinging that lump of iron fills the void within you. For a brief moment, your rage lets you flee from your grief. But in the end, you're only deluding yourself. Should you continue to hide behind your delusions, you will never move forward. As you are now, you are neither fit for enlightenment nor the path I follow. You'll always remain incomplete. Is that Agate's voice? He is yelling very loudly. If we can hear him here, holy God. An empty treasure chest, full of promise, yet devoid of payoff. A perfect metaphor for me. Look at me like that's what the chest said. This bridge was broken. I remember that, actually. Nothing in here. Good. We don't want people refilling these while we're not looking. Ugh. Chest fillers. Could you imagine? Ugh. Must we go through this again? You rest your head atop the empty chest. You rapidly withdraw as you hear what sounds like a heartbeat. What the same to you, though? Every one of them so helpless, so vulnerable. A mere target for you and your insatiable hunger. Careless. As the one mercy I can offer you, I'll end this quickly. Jesus, Love. Sliced his sword in half. Now then, it's almost time. I should alter the Gospel's control style while I still have it. I'm not done yet. It's not over yet. Tita! Oh, Jesus Christ, Tita. No, 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 no. Still cling to that broken lump of iron. As you wish, you shall die as broken as your blade. What the hell are you doing? I was worried about you, so I came here with Estelle, and... You. Stop them. Oh, thank God, we don't have to fight Love, we just have to fight the dragon. No, really, it's a JRPG. The dragon is weaker than the dude with a sword. I've played these games, I know how this works. Stay away, please. You idiot, you think please will work on him? Just run already. The granddaughter of Zeiss is Professor Russell, Tita Russell. I'd heard you were a child genius, but no genius who behaves so recklessly. In truth, I'm not fond of harming women or children. Still, I'll do what I must. Be a good girl. Move. I won't move. I won't. Heck, it's always saving me, so I have to help him back. I have to. No, that's not it. He's blunt and looks annoyed, and he always treats me like a kid and calls me stuff like short stuff, but he's really nice, and he's always watching out for me. It means so much to me. I love him. So I won't move. No matter what. You're a very brave little girl. I can hardly believe you care that much for such a blockhead. It seems you aren't the only ones who wish to challenge me, so I'll take my leave for now. Agate actually cusses quite a bit, so no. Main guns, portside guns, all hands, protect the field immediately upon landing. Thank you, General Morgan. Finally show their faces. Now I can begin the final experiment. Don't forget, Agate Crosner. As long as you continue to elude yourself, you won't amount to anything. Nor can you protect anything you deem important. Now look, I've stood here and listened to you run your mouth for what felt like forever, so I'm so not letting you get away after all that. Estelle Bright, you too should take this to heart. Once this experiment ends, our plan will enter its next stage. If you fail to keep your wits about you, I guarantee you will come to regret it. Fire! Fire! Aim, then fire! There's a trope I actually dislike, pretty universally. It's called guns are useless. It's a really irritating trope. It doesn't just apply to guns, but you know the trope, right? You've probably seen it 100 times. It's really common in horror, but you'll see it in science fiction and fantasy as well. I tend to like the opposite idea where, you know, a dude with a tank is a match for a giant or a dragon, right? I like that idea. It's actually one of the things I like about the Warcraft setting. In Warcraft, yeah, you have big, super powerful demons and dragons and giants and stuff like that. But then you have people who have, you know, artillery cannons and tanks and airships, and those are pretty mean too. And that's the point, right? Yeah, pretty much, Andy. Like, honestly, probably the actual worst implementation of guns or uses I've ever seen is Doctor Who, the one that Kira White Noise just referenced. In Doctor Who, enemies just are kind of magically immune to bullets, and it's not even, they don't even try to explain it. It's just, yep, guns don't work. Guns are useless. Yeah. So, I think it's obvious we need to give 700, maybe 800 negatives to gameplay. What do you think, Dark Rocks Matter? Yeah, no, exactly, Lord Hermon. Death Knight Arthas is a very powerful individual with artifact gear and enchanted weapons and a lot of magic pumping through him. But we have a spaceship with a laser cannon. You know? Honestly, I cannot believe I'm about to say this. One of the fictional works where I like what they do with that is Transformers. Sure, Transformers are big, giant robots with guns that can transform, but, I mean, we have a battleship, right? When they bring down what is it, the AC-10, I think? And I think that was the first movie. That thing shreds the Transformer that it's shooting at. Which makes sense. That is a giant gun. That is an artillery. Was that the second game? Or second movie? They have a giant gun attached to a freaking flying tank. That probably should do some damage. Anyways, sorry. Just... I'm kidding about the negatives, obviously. I think that was actually some good scenes there. Well, I wasn't talking about the Devastator thing. That was a little bit different. In fact, now you're making me doubt it. Hang on a second. I swear that was the first film. I'll admit it's been a while since I've watched the first film, and indeed, I have no plans to ever rewatch it. Let's see here. No, it was the first film. I was right. Scorponok is the actual specific Transformer. But you're right. Obviously, that's also true in the second film and the third film. No, I'm not talking about the Gauss cannon. That's drifting too far into science fiction. I mean, just the freaking gun. It's just a gun, you know? It's a big gun. Yeah, exactly, Kara White Noise. No, I like I said, I prefer it when conventional weapons can do something. They don't have to be an I win button, but I like that they can be useful as opposed to being useless. And again, Doctor Who is probably the worst about this. Yeah, G1, I mean, let's not talk about how bad G1 really was. Adaptations of G1 have been good. See Transformers 1 for a good example of that. Or the Platinum Games game I can't think of. Or War for Cybertron. But actual G1 itself, have you watched G1 lately? Doesn't hold up very well. Devastation, that was it. One of my favorite Platinum games, no joke. I've actually never reviewed Sky FC, no. However, I did finish reviewing Sky FC about 3 days ago. And we went immediately into the second one. We're going to the third one immediately after this one, too. Based on vibes? Ooh. Blue, I'd say. That is true, Lunaruth, and that is exactly as pathetic as you imply. Man. Hey, the Quack. Why are we chasing him? What are you doing? I mean, I recognize that line because that's a great episode, Diligent Dodo. But I wasn't going to say anything. Sorry, I'm double checking because I know there's a side quest coming up, and there is. There's something to do with your stupid bracer grudge. Not the slightest. That monster wasn't even scratched by rounds from a combat vessel. Yeah, so sorry. Okay, so guns are useless, right? I could buy a dragon not being super damaged by rifles. I'd still kind of tilt my head a little bit, but I could at least buy that. That's an airship. Do you see the size of the rotary cannon sticking out of the side of that thing? Like, this thing shoots tank rounds. This should have damaged the dragon. I'm not expecting it to one-shot it. That's the other extreme. But, like, this should have done something, right? What do you intend to do that cannons cannot? Don't worry, we've got a staff! Even you, Your Highness, I cannot yield on this point. Courage and recklessness are different things. Your Highness, I'm sure you saw the damage to bows and revenue. This has in essence become a war. That's true. Guild Wars 2 is another good example of tech actually being able to keep up with magic. We kill a linchpin of magic with an airship. Just saying. Leave the bread to the bakers, Miss Bright. This is a war the professionals will handle it. If you want my advice, you're better off searching for Ouroboros as a center of command. Hi, Haggett. Take it easy, okay? I just finished patching you up. You're the heavy blade Agate, yes. Cassius tells me you're quite an active young bracer. I heard what the old man said. General, listen, leave the bread to the bakers, war to the professionals. You seriously saying that? Of course I'm serious. Unlike bracers who exist only to protect private citizens, we must protect the country as a whole. We must protect Liberel's soil and those who live on it. The army is the only instrument that can protect Liberel's soil and those on it. Don't make me laugh. Whoa, Agate, calm down. You always too late. You idiots move like slugs. You just worry about keeping everyone in step. You can't do crap without orders. You can't even protect the things you say you will. You can't do it now, and you didn't do it 10 years ago. You... Who the hell could leave it to you? This time I gotta protect Misha myself. And yeah, I was about to say, and then he passes out from blood loss. Can't seem to have reopened his wounds. He's simply exhausted. He's making even bigger fuss than usual. For now, he needs rest in his own bed. His home is in Ravenia. My ship can take him that far, at least. Really decent about the general, by the way. Can I just say that? I've met him once before. The little boy from that day has grown quite a bit. It was immediately after... This is not the right song for this scene. It was immediately after the 100 Days' War. The day the memorial to his sister and the other villagers was erected. Say, we're gonna keep playing the song game? I see, what a mess. Miss Bright, General, I'm sorry to have caused you so much trouble. No, in the end, we couldn't stop the dragon's rampage. I'm sorry we weren't of much help, really. You have no reason to disparage yourself, Miss Bright. Even with the dragon still on the loose, you have proven indispensable in the aid you've given others. You successfully evacuated the market, and Miss Krosner's firefighting efforts were marvelous. Only you bracers could have responded so quickly. I've been chewing on that, Blade Javal. This might be a bit of writer's trust, but I wonder if there's a reason the war was so short. Remember, Cassius was able to organize a counteroffensive, but honestly, that shouldn't have been the end of the war. Like, most wars don't go, oh, they attacked us back, we surrender, right? I wonder what else was going on, if anything, during that. Is it true during the war his little sister was... It is, yes. Liberal's forces, the Imperial Army, were fighting on the village's outskirts. There is a reason. Woo! During the battle, some Erebonian incendiary rounds hit the village. Ultimately, some of the homes were burnt and some of the villagers lost their lives. One of them was Misha Krosner. To be honest, I heard a little bit about this. Agate never seemed remotely interested in talking about it, though, so I never brought it up. Now I understand. In a way, the Royal Army is culpable for the entire incident. The defensive line we established to protect the village ended up doing little more than drawing the fighting into it. We do not, as of this moment, Tsar, no. That's another thing I suspect there's more going on, because... Okay, bear with me for a second. I hate to get into politics, right? Giant expansionist power, tiny kingdom. Expansionist power declares war, sweeps in, claims like 90% of the kingdom, and then inside of 3 months is pushed right back out of the kingdom, and then they make peace. Many pieces of that puzzle do not fit with the information we currently have. It was between Erebonia and Liberal, Javal. So first of all, if it's a war of expansion, then occupation should have basically been the primary goal there, and instead, by all accounts, that's not what the troops were doing. The second thing to point out is that the surrender, which we already mentioned. But the third thing, why did no one else get involved at all? Or did they? Thing is, they've talked about this war a lot. It's been one of the most recurring story elements of the entire game. Both games, excuse me. Halvard did nothing. Why? Halvard's already a rival, militarily, economically, and politically, of Erebonia. This would have been the perfect casus belli to get right on board with charging over there. So why didn't they? Yeah, honestly, so if you put a gun to my head and made me speculate, I would say that the attack by Erebonia wasn't an attack by Erebonia. I'm explaining that badly. Let me try that again. We look at countries and nations and companies as if they're one unit, but they're not. They're a bunch of different people who don't always coordinate with each other, right? There is no Erebonia. It doesn't exist. There's a bunch of people who all group themselves into a category and call that Erebonia. But the Erebonian unit, that doesn't exist. It's a aggregate. It's a concept. It's an abstract, right? So what I'm thinking is that one group or one specific like noble or one specific individual or whatever within Erebonia was like, charge! For whatever reason, probably something to do with Ouroboros. And yeah, that was specifically to cover something else up. Now, you're probably thinking, what could they possibly be covering up with by doing a military invasion? Whatever Hamel is. If you pay attention to the backstory, one of the only other incidents that they refer to multiple times across both games is the Hamel incident. We know it has something to do with Lovey. We know it has something to do with Weissman. We know it has something to do with Joshua. We also don't know what the hell it is or why. We do know that Queen Alicia knows about it too, because she was specifically provoked about it. So something happened at Hamel. The attack was the cover, and the reason why it was a relatively quick and easy push, effectively a blitz across Liberal territory, which was relatively easily counterattacked back to the line, which immediately was followed by a ceasefire. That sounds like the leaders were up top, above all of this, were already like, okay, hold up. And they were going along with it. For whatever reason. Because whatever happened at Hamel was something that was sufficient that the leaders agreed to a fake war and then a fake peace to try and bury the entire incident. Whatever it was. And because this is a JRPG, it's probably something magical. Right? Maybe that's where one of the Septarians erupted, or... Maybe that's something to do with whatever the Ouroborosians are after, or I don't know. I don't have a lot of information on that. That's my current guess. Can I help you? You don't get fed for half an hour. 30 minutes. Do you know what 30 minutes means? I know. You don't know anything because you're very, very stupid. I know, you're so stupid. The end result was a large portion of the village being laid waste. In order to establish the defensive line came from my desk. You can very easily say the blood of those peoples is on my hands. General, please, you don't need to blame yourself. The Royal Army was doing their duty, that's all. The whole thing was just a tragedy built on several coincidences colliding. No, Ryzen, you needn't make excuses from me. The sort of justifications hold no meaning for those who lost family. Those like that red-haired young man. After the battle, I attended the funeral for the village's dead as a representative of the army. I still clearly remember the eyes of one particular red-haired young man in attendance. Bottomless sadness twisted by rage. Eyes such as I've never felt before or since. And I was the one responsible for giving him such eyes. Oh yeah, that's another thing. I hate to sound callous, but have you noticed how there was relatively few civilian casualties during that war? This is actually something that's come up a few times across the two games we've played here. It is considered unusual that these civilians died in Ravenel, right? Which implies that civilian casualties were low in general. That's weird, quite frankly. Especially given that it was a lightning campaign one way, and then a lightning campaign the other way. Yeah, even Estelle's mom, which is also mentioned to be unusual, by the way, was specifically because of a last-ditch effort by the Empire to try and break the morale of the defenders. Hi, Evo. Wait, Evo's here. Okay, we're good. Agate never blamed the Erebonians or even the Royal Army, or even you, General. The person he blamed was himself. I was talking about your horror games earlier, Evo. What do you mean? All I know is what I observed, but Agate always seemed to blame himself in some way for Nisha's death. It wasn't even remotely true, of course, but he convinced himself it was. Then again, after practically torturing himself over what happened, he left the village. Yep, bone forests. He wanted to search for an answer, to find a way to make it up to Nisha. I always thought his time as a street thug in Ron was because of that. He never found his answer. He did eventually get his head screwed back on and began walking the path of a bracer, but I don't think he ever truly found the answer he saw. He's still trapped by that same sadness, that same anger at himself. General, you sure you won't let us brace ourselves against the dragon? We definitely have some strong points the army doesn't. We're smaller, so we can respond faster. We're closer to civilian population, so it's a bit easier for us to get to places where the army has trouble getting to. I know we could help if you let us. I've heard all this. I think Agate became a bracer because he thought there was potential in those abilities. Potential to find a way to make peace with his sister. I think I understand now why he became a bracer when Dad invited him. Dad became a bracer when he lost Mom, after all. So to prove the potential of bracers, more than anything to help the people around me, I want to do everything I possibly can. Estelle has sort of grown, hasn't she? I can't wait to see her in the third game. I wonder, had bracers been in bows 10 years ago, could it all have been? Nothing. Cassius has swamped with other duties, so I will be taking command of the army operations against the dragon. I need to head back to Hawkingate, hold council. I will take your suggestion under advisement. Don't be hasty. So take it under advisement. I'll contact your guild house tonight with the results of our deliberations. That's all I can promise. Right, we understand. We'll be on pins and needles for the response, General. Ryzen, thank you for your hospitality. So what you're saying is we need to get Bragwin to cook you rice, Evo. He's gonna need a few days to recover from his wounds. Yeah, Agate nearly died a little bit there. Well, good news. All the dark stuff is over with now, so now we're going to get back to happy, fun adventure times. Right? No, I saw it, Retro Justice. And yeah, Blitz can lead that way, but the problem is, Blitzes tend to have more civilian casualties because people are in such a hurry, they're not paying attention to who they're shooting. Especially when those advances are being done with tanks, which we do know the Erebonian advance was done with. And some of the counter-push was done with airships, which were even less discriminatory. Every Reeg exudes warmth. This is where I lived with his sister. Yeah, exactly, Pure White Noise. Addressed to whomever it may concern. He says he comes back to visit. I bet he means her grave. How to explain why he only visits once a year. There you go. Brigwin has advice for you, Eva. Agate said once work calmed down, he'd introduce us all. I think he's going to tell us then. We are not sure, Retro Justice. At least I'm not sure. Yes? Why do you claw my knee? Why do you claw my leg? Why? Well, yeah, hello. Hello. Wow, congrats, Linarith. It's better than I usually manage in the copy factory. Hello, cat. Yes, you're gonna stay behind. Underestimate me at your own peril, my little thing. I can read the inside of your mind like a picture book. It's a big sister thing. So we've just lost Tita as a party member. Great. Also, make sure he doesn't do anything reckless. Yeah, he needs to sleep for a few days. We might never get those two back, depending on how long this drags out. Yeah, we've also lost arguably our best heavy. I'm gonna put it here. Yeah. I suppose I'm just presuming that airships would be shooting at ground, because that's where the enemy was. Whether it's bombers or cannons, I'm not sure. The AC-10 I just mentioned, which was destroying the Transformers back in Transformers 1, after all, it was a gunship. That would be kind of cool, Retro Justice. Aw, poor Maybell. I wonder Agate felt the way he did back then. It was 10 years ago, practically the day after the war ended. Agate came to the mayor's house. You mean your house? Yes, he barged in with, honestly, with murder in his eyes. He came face to face with my father, the Baron, at the time. He demanded to know why the Baron of Bose, the man responsible for the region, he demanded why he'd abandoned Ravenel. I was just a child at the time, and it got to me when I saw him arguing with father for seemingly no reason. So I leapt out and slapped him. I can see why he doesn't like remembering that. Ultimately, father never answered his question. He did say he was going to send financial aid to help repairs. Agate grew even more livid when he heard that. He raised his fist to strike father. He just left without throwing a blow. That's why the era twin is kind of weird. Yeah, it's always hovered over us like a cloud. Still, to think his sister died in the war. Been terribly unfair to him. He bears a bit of responsibility, too, for not saying anything. You don't need to worry about it, Mayor Maybell. I suppose. My mother's here. Don't worry, it's not too bad. He's on the verge of death. He'll be up in this early again in maybe 3 days. Be thankful for small mercies. Yeah, he should probably spend like the next month recovering. Her injuries have been treated, but she hasn't come out of her coma yet. How despicable of our supposedly lion-hearted fugitives. Lovely, refined ladies such as Lila are treasures that ennoble the world simply by existing. I'll tell Lila you said that when she awakens. On the subject of good news, glad to hear General Morgan came to your aid. It probably saved our life, to be quite honest with you. The Gilded Army were truly working together. Convinced no force in the world could stop you. What about the Erebonian military? Nothing's been decided yet, so we can't make any promises. But just between you and me and the desk, we'll make it work. Brazier's Guild, Bow's Branch. Oh, General! Hmm? Oh, that's the plan, then. I understand. Tomorrow at the landing port, 10 a.m. sharp. So what's the word? Yeah, we actually know very little about what's going on in Erebonia and Calvert in this game. And we know nothing about what's going on in Crossbell. Like, I get that that's on purpose, but it's kind of interesting to me. The Royal Army is going to execute a plan to capture the dragon tomorrow using airships. They say they want you on the airship as observers. Taking the battle to our foe in his element, then. And with the elite of the Liberalian military. No, they mentioned it once, Retro Justice. Ren's parents were supposedly from Crossbell. And, you know, obviously they didn't exist, but that's the name drop. Oh, you're right, they did mention the Crossbell problem. I forgot about that, actually. You're right. Because they mentioned how Crossbell is immediately in between Erebonia and Calvert, and both nations think it should be part of them. So that's part of the ongoing issues between those two superpowers. Black and blue. At least some light at the end of the tunnel. Ugh. Hey, Belle, you alright? Yeah. You look dizzy enough to be a toy top. You must be exhausted. I know what Estelle just said, Mary, but don't strain yourself. Don't worry, I'm hardly straining myself. During the 100-Day War, Father did everything he could to protect Bose. One time he even conducted extremely dangerous negotiations to deceive the Imperial Army. Compared to what he did, this is nothing. Please take care of things. Dispel the fear that haunts the people of Bose and Ravenel. Poor Agate. Looking forward to your birthday. I've got a present. I'm sure I'll make you super duper happy. Can you make something tasty for me? No, why would you think of food when I mentioned a birthday present? Presents should be things that last, you know, something you treasure forever. Something that lasts, don't treasure. Maybe a hunting knife or something? You just got a hunting knife from the village elder, dummy. It's an accessory, handmade by yours truly. Not done yet, though. Hey, accessory? Like, what kind of accessory? I'm not a girl, you know. Come on, you're so boring. Even boys can be stylish and cute if they have some kind of accessory. Yeah, well, even a stick in the mud like you will get all the ladies. Okay, come on, knock it off. You really not want it? You've always taken care of me, so I wanted to give something back. I've been working really hard to make it. But if it's really not something you'd like, just don't make it too cute or flashy, okay? It's simple, but cool. That fits you perfectly, I promise. Especially since you're so tall. Dream, huh? Yeah, this should be good. You sure? Oh, thank ideas you're awake. Short stuff. How are your injuries? Do you feel okay? Yeah, this is too... I can barely move. Your wounds aren't healed at all yet. Come on, stuff like this is a big deal. What are you doing, cat? Stop, stop, stop! Ow. Goddamn, cat. That hurt. Well, he'll fight even if you ignore him. No! I promise to stop. He was just clawing and biting my foot. I have a pretty decent pain tolerance, but he was drawing blood. I promised I wouldn't let you out of bed until you were better. Hey. No. 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 I get it. Alrighty. Phew. No food for you, cat. Okay. Okay. Back to Mohaha. Crap, it's nighttime already. Where the heck is everyone? Went back to the city for a while. They made some kind of promise with General Morgan. Promise with Morgan? Ah, so they got Morgan moving. Guild ought to be hearing from the army right about now, in that case. Okay. Hell, I can't just... Stay here is what I want to say. On the other hand, it is pretty late. We'll get out to Bose tomorrow. Look, I've had a good long rest. I'm feeling better. I was nearly murdered, but it's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. I'm not so crazy to go overboard on stuff like Dragons of the Society twice. Yes, to say, you lost your sword, buddy. I'm okay, I swear, I ain't lying. I'm just relieved. Yeah, we kind of thought you were dead, dude. I'm sorry, I guess I made you worry pretty bad, huh? After charging off alone, I get broken like a twig in a fight I had no chance of winning. And on top of that, I made you do that crazy thing to protect me. I'm so right, I say you get hurt. Ah, you're right. I really am a complete idiot. Meanwhile, in space... Feel a bit calmer now? Sorry, I didn't mean to cry like that. You sure know how to shock a guy, you know that? That whole thing since Sirius down my sign, way worse than when I felt that silver-haired idiot. Agate, are you hungry? I made some soup. Wait, hold on. Why's the kitchen... You gotta be kidding me. There's a few spots that are a little different, but it looks like just like it did back then. And there's something like this, too. Amazed it survived. Alright, I'm probably losing you, aren't I? My place burned down 10 years ago. One of those incendiary shells from the Imperials hit it dead on. That fire instantly burned down straight to the foundations. I heard the village elder was his usual nutty self and had it rebuilt, but didn't think they'd try to put the furniture and decorations back together even. Never could bring myself to come here before. Guess I gotta tell them thanks, given how much they did. Secret's out about Misha, huh? She's making me a present for my birthday. Some handmade accessory of some kind she thought looked good on me. When we're fleeing from the mountains, she ran back to the house to get it. That's when the house was hid. My father pulled out she was burned pretty badly, let's put it that way. Even after everything she'd suffered, she still had that present clutched in her hands. The metal parts were hopelessly melted, but the stones were okay. They ain't even septium. Ain't even valuable. Just some pretty rocks. Probably something she found down by the river. I've lost count of the number of times I've thought, all for this. It's funny though, you know. Can't blame her or get angry at it for it. I never intended for it to be a memento of her. When I left the village though, it was the only thing I could part with. Even when I became a raven down in Rouen. Pretty pathetic for a thug, huh? No, it's pretty damn pathetic. As long as I hold on to this, I can also hold on to my anger. Anger myself. Anger my worthless, spineless son of a gun who couldn't even save his own sister. I ended up putting all the pent-up rage into every swing of my sword. As long as I did that, I could at least look like I was keeping it together. Half-baked man, trapped by rage and self-deception. Unable to move on. It's exactly like that bastard said. It's worse, ain't it? I'm just a piece of garbage who runs away from anything painful. I'm the thing I hate most, a loser of a dog running around with my tail between my legs. I'm pathetic. Absolutely pathetic. I don't understand how you feel. I think I can try to understand what makes you feel so hurt. I think I need to say something in Misha's place. Don't you dare make fun of my big brother. You know the first thing about what makes my brother such a good guy. I know my brother better than anyone. I don't let anyone talk badly about my brother, even if it's yourself. Aw, sibling hug. I know I might not measure up to Misha, but I still know a lot of good things about you. So it makes me so sad to hear you say such things about yourself. Makes me kind of angry despite not really understanding what you mean. And just during out the lectures, you sound exactly like Misha. Sure, acting grown up short stuff. Don't treat me like a kid. You are a kid. I know the first thing about myself, huh? You really hit it on the head. Thanks, Tita. You really helped me see it. Ain't no point in trying to judge yourself when all you see is your own limited vision of yourself. All you can really do is plow on. Sadness, anger. Neither have anything to do with it. You just have to go straight on until you find an answer. Maybe then I'll finally understand why I've held on to this stupid thing for so long. That was strange. Yes, Zach Taft. Is the market's already being repaired? Certainly got to it quickly. It only happened yesterday. Yes, Mary Maybell's throwing herself into it. She's already sent aid to Ravenna as well, so I heard. Ditto, Retro Justice. Everyone's doing their best, even through their fear. I've heard from Grancel as well. Grandmother's issued a proclamation. She said the government will respond immediately to the threat of the dragon and send aid to affected areas. That's our queen. And there's certain lords and ministers of Ereboni who could stand to learn from such an example. We're more interested in attending fancy parties than addressing concerns of the citizenry. Really not painting Ereboni all that well. Or the Republic. Half the time, our politicians seem to spend so much time dancing around each other that they never get anything done. It may help we're in such a small country. Regardless, preparations for the plan against the dragon should be almost complete. Time to go see what the Royal Army can do, then. So, we just head for the landing port, I guess, right? Yeah, you're scheduled to depart at 10 a.m. You have some time. Just making sure. A Garrick who never stopped being irritating. There's a thought. Actually, while we're here. I'm not going to complain, but where do they have access to their goods, their stock? Oh yeah. This time, Sonny. Hang on. I was holding off on this until we saw the next one. Here it is. Liberal News Network. Let's get some very newsy music going on here. We're actually one behind right now. Ahem. No, I mean physically, where are they keeping their goods? Retro Justice, like, I'll buy 3 of these. Okay. Just go to the bedroom. The Rouen mayoral election is finally over. In both Rouen and Minoria, voters were out bright and early to cast their votes. The voting went smoothly and without a repeat of the earlier incident. Early voting was also in place for reserve army forces. After polls closed and votes were tallied, the victor was declared as Norman, who secured roughly 60% of the vote. Oof. That's not much. New Mayor Norman was elected on promises to promote the tourism industry, and after his victory he reaffirmed those intentions, but also acknowledged the importance of the harbor. For the new mayor, exactly how he responds to the harbor industry may be the touchstone of his ability to run the city. Porthos. I mean, he's Matt Mercer in the remake, Blade of All. That may help, you know. Porthos was defeated by a relatively small margin, but has indicated he intends to cooperate with the new mayor. His consideration appears to be repairing the earlier division that arose during campaigning. Could you imagine peacefully acquiescing and then trying to mend division after an election? Could you just picture that? Anyways, the signing ceremony for the Non-Aggression Pact is almost upon us. All eyes are on the capital, as representatives from every country will be present. Thanks to public interest in the event, the city is experiencing an unseasonable level of tourism. Local businesses are screaming for joy at the uptick of traffic. Yesterday afternoon, Security HQ was established at the Royal Villa, site of the signing ceremony, under the command of Lieutenant Colonel Sid of the Royal Army. There they will eliminate any monsters to ensure safety. Hey look, the Crossbell Problem is the name of this entry. Positioned between the Erebonian Empire and the Calvert Republic is the Crossbell Independent State, the CIS, if you will. Sounds familiar for some reason. A buffer nation that's seen countless conflicts in the past between the two larger nations as they fought over the critical Septium production sites. Since the last conflict, Crossbell has been recognized as an independent state, but recent expansions in orbital technology and the ensuing demand for Septium may yet reignite tensions. Liberal is in a similar position, but while some may doubt the effectiveness of the Pact, just having the Empire and the Republic on board is no small feat. The Pact, therefore, is not so much a promise of peace, but a basis for conversation. Conversation that can lead to lasting peace. A threatening letter was delivered to our editorial branch, at the west block of the capital. The letter demanded we cease reporting on the Non-Aggression Pact. The Liberal News Service immediately reported to the Royal Army and Bracers Guild. Currently no progress, but investigations underway. Fast forward. Former Captain Amalthea, remnant of the former ID unit, rose up once again and shook the capital. Attacking the harbor block, they took Duke Doonan captive and began an assault on the castle. However, after a tense battle involving Bracers and the Royal Guard, their rampage was halted, the Duke rescued, and all involved arrested. Following Amalthea's capture, the central coup d'etat members have now been secured. According to the Bracers Guild investigation, after the coup's former Captain Amalthea's groups had been in hiding in the abandoned Ravenous mine. Seeing the Duke's release from house arrest as an opportunity, they rose again to return to the capital. The former captain's force set off and put their plan in motion by activating a tank they had developed in secret before the coup. In order to use the tank in their plans, the former ID unit needed a high-output orbital engine, such as the new model developed for the Arcee. Amalthea, the Fox, executed a successful plan to steal one of the new models from the harbor, and their uprising was well underway before a joint force of the Bracers and the Royal Guard averted disaster. On the night of the incident, several persons reported seeing a giant shadow fly out from the harbor. As it's currently under investigation, the Liberal News was unable to obtain any meaningful info regarding it. A historic day approaches tomorrow. Guests from all over the continent have been arriving, and security preparations for the Royal Villa are complete. The weather for the day of the signing is forecast to be beautiful. The stage for peace is set. God has blessed this event. The threat letters were delivered to a number of organizations related to the Pact, including Liberal News. While connection to the intelligence division was suspected for a time, as there were no specific damages, it's being viewed as nothing but a crime of pleasure. Meanwhile, the Sky Banduits, the Capua Sky Bandits, we're just going to call Banduits from now on, the gang which rocked the world with their Linde case, have reappeared after their escape during the coup d'etat. In a daring move, the bandits infiltrated the old base in the Noble Valley, currently used by the Royal Army, and stole back their airship. The Royal Army is once again in pursuit of the slippery criminals. So, the Pledge of the Three Nations. I shouldn't do this gesture, should I? Thanks, Hitler. It's like a broad, sweeping gesture instead of the Pledge of the Three Nations. It was a signing ceremony to remember. Under the watch of the neutral party, Archbishop Current, Queen Alicia opened the proceedings with an oath of non-aggression. The representatives from the Empire and the Republic reaffirmed their participation and became signatories. The pact now complete, the three nations have been brought to a new beginning thanks to the efforts of the Queen, which means she's about to die. While the Imperial Emperor and the President Rocksmith were unable to attend, VIPs from each nation assembled in the hall, showing again how much attention this pact has drawn. Foreign news agencies also gathered in this. Most international affairs was christened with a storm of camera flashes. As a crucial component of the pact, several samples of the new model engine were provided to the representatives of the Empire and the Republic. The Queen extended her wishes for cooperation again and reaffirmed her stance that technology was something to share, not monopolize. The voices of doubt remain that question the practical effectiveness of the Non-Aggression Pact. But as our column has pointed out before, the value of the pact lies in the chance for the conversation it creates. Skeptics would point out there are many valid excuses for breaking the pact. While this is a possibility, we should focus on the path to peace that now this opportunity has created. Meanwhile, Roland region has been covered in a deep fog, never before experienced in the area. The unusual weather has grounded flights and made travel within the region nearly impossible. Residents and experts alike are scratching their heads at the severity of the mist. So the issue we just bought. Bose Market flattened by legend. I doubt any words are needed for this section. The photograph says it all. The dragon that appeared yesterday at noon in the city of Bose. The dragon flew in from the east and proceeded to land on top of the Bose Market. At a length of around 40 arg, its enormous size crushed the roof of the market, causing it to collapse, resulting in injuries. Afterward, it flew west to Ravenou Valley and razed the village orchards. Following its trail of destruction, it took the clouds and vanished. The Royal Army immediately restricted airspace. Crushed by the dragon, the domed ceiling of the Bose Market collapsed, and several injured persons, despite the rapid response from nearby bracers. Some of the injured remain unconscious. The market is currently cordoned off. It is unclear on when or if it will reopen. For the emblem of the city to be so damaged has been quite a shock to every citizen. The dragon's attack on the village reduced their orchards to ash. As Ravenou's main industry, the loss is a terrible blow. After receiving reports of damage from across the region, Queen Alicia announced emergency ports to the affected areas. The Queen also stated that in order to prevent further damages, she would appeal to the Royal Army to respond to the threat immediately. From the persons in the army, a plan is already in the works. Currently, the dragon remains at large, and citizens remain anxious until the plan enacted. Dragons have always been described as moderate and intelligent, but the destructive creature witnessed here seemed a far cry from that idealized image. Specialists in ancient lifeforms confirm the anatomy is the same, so what does the behavioral difference mean? As a being from before the Great Collapse, it's theorized that maybe it could be confused by the change in environment. Regardless, the army has been forced to categorize it as a threat, despite the concern expressed by the specialists. Sorry. Yeah. One moment, please. Yes, I know, kid. I know. Just calm. What? What do you want? You want to get in my way? Is that what you want? That's what you're doing. Yes, Yes, the Great Collapse happened 1,200 years ago? And it's effectively the beginning of the history of the setting, from what I understand, because we have very little information from before it. Like, if we do, I'm not even sure of it off the top of my head. This has been the Barrel News. It was 1,200 years ago, and you doubted my memory. Ah! I say, ah! God damn it. Every time. I gotta wash my hands. I'll be right back. Smell quite well. Smell it quite very nice. Go eat. He doesn't like to eat if I'm not here for some reason. Can you eat now? Okay, he's now eating. Everything's okay. The cat has decided to eat. Alright. I do think using a news program to keep track of the stuff that's effectively off camera is an interesting idea. If they wanted to, they could do something like the ATEs, which, I'm not going to lie, I do actually think the ATEs are a better system. But then again, ATEs have been done by exactly one game ever, so what the hell, right? Real talk, I'm shocked more RPGs didn't just take the ATE system. In FF9, they call it an active time event, because the Japanese love acronyms. It's a Meanwhile Elsewhere, but it's like a specific style of Meanwhile Elsewhere. It's like a regular, okay, we've got to go do this thing, okay. Zzz, camera moves over here, and here's what's happening over here. And most of the time, a Meanwhile Elsewhere is kind of a big thing, like at the end of a chapter, like this game has been doing, right? Almost at the end of every chapter, we skip over to Joshua or to the Ouroboros people. But in FF9, that was like a common thing, where it would just bounce to other characters regularly. Yes, we're good. Let's do it. The Royal Army Guard airship is usually well-rounded, strong firepower, high load capacity, good mobility. That's from 10 years ago. They've been upgraded since their deployment, correct? Yes, in addition to giving them better armor and engines, we have specialized the ships varying their equipment. Patrol craft, scout craft, attack craft. The principle, at least as I understand it, is to ensure the squadrons are flexible by giving each one mission-specific equipment. We have airship squadrons in Calvin, but they're little more than showboats. The Empire uses airship squadrons, but the Empire's strength is only in its cavalry divisions, or tanks, at this age. Pretty much, Mr. Red. There were two other things that kind of made the ATEs better. First of all, it's the Arce. First of all was the gameplay element of them. A lot of ATEs were stuff that the player could trigger. And I don't mean like in a walk-through Odyssey kind of way. I mean in a, it makes logical sense that you go do something and therefore you see a cutscene related to the event you just did, kind of a way. The second thing is it made a lot of ATEs optional. In fact, the overwhelming majority of ATEs in FF9 are optional. Very few of them are mandatory. Also, because of the nature of it, usually, well, maybe usually don't, sometimes you can actually control what's happening in the other cutscene. So unlike a Meanwhile Elsewhere, which is just a cutscene, an ATE can be bouncing the camera over here and then playing as someone else for a while. Truthfully, the whole thing just feels like the concept of bouncing the camera, something I've talked about many times. Dorothy, what are you doing here? Well, it's a very cool system. And standardizing it into the ATE system was a good move. But at the end of the day, what I'm really in favor of is the camera bouncing regularly. Most games, the camera stays locked to one character. Occasionally it'll bounce a little bit, but only a little. And usually for a true Meanwhile Elsewhere, which is a, this is the stuff happening that your character doesn't know about. They're hoping us humble reporters can report a little something to calm the masses. I know, I'll give any state secrets. I'm gonna poke my head into some stuff. I ain't ready to straight propaganda here. As you wish. On time for once. We are early, dude. General, allow me to express our thanks for allowing us on board. Her Majesty's opinion helped. Let me be clear on this up front so there's no misunderstanding. You bracers are nothing more than observers on this mission. All you'll be allowed to do is watch as we execute the plan. If the army can settle things, I won't complain. I look forward to seeing what you can do, General. Very well. Please, this way. We cannot allow the princess to board as a mere passenger on her own airship. That affect the crew's morale. Very well. Well, he's as icy as always. We should just accept as dumb civvy bracers are, you know, something approaching competent. The General's always hard-headed. I doubt he'll change his opinion quickly. Welcome aboard the RSA. I just realized this is the first time we've actually boarded the RSA, isn't it? We've seen this thing since Ruan, I think. In the first game. But this is the first time we've actually finally gotten on board this stupid thing. Now, if this was a typical JRPG, this would be our freedom moment or something close to it, and we finally have access to airship. I kind of doubt that's what this is. Agate, what are you doing? I want to ride the RSA. Come on, there's more to life than talking to machines. An engine room with 8 of the new engines? 8?! Jesus Christ! Yeah, we've got this new ship. It's got 8 warp cores. What?! Your eyes are lighting up like candles. I need a new greatsword if I want to keep being called the Heavy Blade. Let's go to the weapons store. Yo, Ted. Looks like you didn't make it in time. I can try to raise the RSA on the radio if you want. Nah. We just got a rush delivery with your name on it. Yeah, the return address says Russell. What? I guess we'll come back to that. I don't like that ship very much. It's too top-heavy. Chop that off right there, and that's a solid ship. I do like their patrol boats. They're basically bunkers with turrets that's strapped to the back. Operation Dragon Capture. This operation will be conducted primarily by the airship force. Ground divisions will focus solely on keeping order in the regions during the operation. All regions? We're going beyond bows for this. Possibly not by our choice. Last night's events showed the Dragon's capacity for flight is significant. It's very possible it'll move to another region at some point. The plan shall involve 12 airships in total, including the RSA. Which is to say it involves 2/5 of our entire fleet. The rest will be held in reserve. We have power to give our friend quite a reception. Julia? Of course they have this. It's a map of the mission plan? Precisely. The RSA is currently cruising in Bose airspace. We're using the RSA as the flagship and command vessel for the operation. The actual Dragon patrol should be carried out by 8 patrol ships equipped with wide area radar. If the Dragon so much as raises its head above the tree line, they'll be able to find it. Once the Dragon's found, ships will give chase at high speed and use rapid-fire artillery to check the Dragon and guide it over Lake Valeria. At the same time, several patrol vessels armed with tranquilizer rounds will scramble from Leiston Fortress. As the Dragon is pinned, they will intercept it. They will fire every tranquilizer round they have in to sink the creature. Do dragons need to breathe in this setting? Because even if this succeeded and it turbo-tranked the Dragon, it could drown. Certainly a bit larger scale than most guild operations. If the tranks don't work, I'm guessing you switch to live ammunition? Yes. In that case, we'll have to destroy the Dragon with concentrated fire from all ships. Her Majesty has asked us to prioritize capture over destruction, but we are ready with every contingency. Clearly she'll want the Dragon alive. Dragons are creatures of myth, the oldest legends. She said she could not bear to have it slain. I understand that, especially since the Dragon is under the Society's control. Good point. Wait, that's right. Lionheart, he had a gospel. Yes, the orbital shutdown phenomenon. According to Professor Russell, the maximum range is roughly 5 ARG. All ships are ordered to get no closer than 10 ARG to the Dragon. How long's an ARG again? Someone actually told me earlier, and I retained some of it. As long as we do that, there should not be a problem. That should work, hopefully. Most impressive. You do seem prepared for everything. We learned quite a bit from the 100 Days War. Should this plan somehow fail entirely, we'll be wanting for options. Should that come to pass, we will be relying on you. Don't worry, I got a staff! Why do you get the impression that you think this plan is foolproof and invincible? Of course! If this plan has a problem, it's that we have to wait for the dragon to show its face. That's a question. What do we do if it doesn't show up? Given how Ouroboros has behaved up to this point, I find it unlikely they'll keep it hidden. They want to use the dragon to do something. Racers, once we found the dragon, we'll announce it over the comm. Please make yourselves at home. Okay. Nice ship. It's got that silver-white steel look going on. With blue glowing plate. Jesus Christ, look at this place. Knowing when to take a breather is part of our job, too. Yeah, no kidding. Think this will work? No! Everyone in chat, what's the rule? What's the narrative rule about plans? 1 meter. Wait, so that can't be right. Then it only has a range of, like, 5 meters? Yeah, so the rule of plans... If they tell you the plan, it's not going to work. If they don't tell you the plan, it's going to work. That's the rule, right there. It is shockingly consistent. Even in games, movies, shows, and books, where, like, the plan isn't a major element of the story, that rule remains consistent. It makes sense, though. Like it's not just a rule of, like, someone sat down and said, and therefore thou shalt. But it's just a logical consequence of narrative law, right? If you show the plan and then it happens as said, then you've just repeated yourself. And if you don't show the plan and then it fails, we don't understand what went wrong. So they just showed us the plan, which means it's not going to go well. We have 12 patrol ships on patrol. 12 ships. What do you think of the RSI music so far? But for the player, that's a little different, because the player is usually not a part of the narrative. Not really. This girl's so cute, she looks good from any angle. I disagree. I do not think this is a good-looking ship, I'm sorry. I look forward to being bashed by everyone who likes it in the comments section. Or on chat right now. Oh, she's so thoughtful. Depends on what I'm using it for, Trahex here. Aw. So Nile has finally started getting attention of the army, which is why he was personally invited here. He also offered for us to share any scoops with him, if we come by any. See how Chloe's doing. Oh wow, look, the Falcon here. Reminds me, you always walk around on the passenger ships. Yeah, now that you mention I do. I don't know, I feel all suffocated and trapped when I have to sit around politely. Property of the Osleys family it may be, this is a fully functional war cruiser. At full speed, its engine capabilities far exceeds those of passenger vessels. If we go flank speed, I don't think you'll be able to remain standing. You'd be surprised. Well, look around the interior, this is your only chance. Because otherwise you'd be like, bwah, bwah. It's a really, really cool ship. I guess I shouldn't be surprised the Queen ship is awesome, but still. Simply relieved the new engine made it in time. Of course, I hardly expect to use it on a mission of this nature. I would imagine a dragon would show up. Not a mystery as a foe, even to us. We may have a plan of attack, but it'd be foolish to rely completely on it in the face of the unknown. Be prepared for anything, in case something goes amiss. If anything happens, it'll be up to us, huh? Hopefully it'll not come to that. But only Ideas knows what lies before us. Even a dragon doesn't compare to the Arcee. Oh, wow. Two people really nice and friendly, and then one person's like, "Don't get in our way, or I'll horribly, brutally murder you." Okay, they didn't actually say that, but, you know. Let me editorialize a little bit. They actually have an onboard kitchen. I guess that makes sense, but... They also have a pool table, some books, which are about to be flung to the ground. Are you drinking before mission? This is a drink of celebration. The imminent meeting of a genius bard and a legendary dragon. Do you still tell stories about dragons in the Empire? Naturally. Quite a number of legends and tall tales of sightings, especially in the southern regions near Bose. I believe the Imperial Institute of Science was to launch an investigation, but then the 100 Days War broke out. Really? Even in the Empire, dragons are a mystery, huh? You could say that, I suppose, but to the people of the Empire, this particular situation have a more straightforward solution. Everybody's far more pragmatic realm than Libero. Something like this would have happened in the Empire. His Majesty would order the destruction of the dragon immediately. The Empire believes in boldly standing against all who would oppose it. Even if the opposition's a dragon, it would be torn down without mercy. It's a little bloodthirsty. Securing national peace through force of arms is the Erebonian way. I confess, as a messenger of love and peace, I do find it a bit sad. It would be an interesting turn of events for the dragon to flee into Erebonia. For that to happen, though, it's all too clear it would be taken as an excuse for a rekindled war. Archer General Morgan is all too aware of that, I suspect. Olivier, why did you have to say that? There's a lot of rooms in here for this. Isn't it a little cramped for practice? Practice isn't all about movement. There's plenty you can do in even small spaces such as this. Breathing exercises, meditation, practicing your form. For bracers like us who tend to get a little sloppy and let our combat styles fall apart from too much live combat, it's important to find a chance to return to the basics and correct yourself. That's a good point. I haven't actually done any disciplined practice for a while now. And you put it that makes me worry I'm an awful mess in a fight round. Oh, man. That's something to worry about. I was speaking generally. Still, maybe find a chance to recenter yourself. Why are none of the crates tied down? Jesus Christ, people. I noticed they still have the 2 artillery vehicles here. You're the one who got us the intelligence division ship. Yep, I actually do remember him. He was the one who flew us in. It's the largest military operation in 10 years. No matter how many experiments we do, live combat things will be different. As one of the development staff, I'm half eager and half terrified to see how the engine performs. They did, Diligent, yeah. Oh man, I couldn't, no. I couldn't do it. You think these are long games now? Imagine if the fast forward option did not exist. Speaking of food, we still only have the cookies. I was kind of hoping we get an upgrade by now. Oh. Dragon in flight. Airspace above the Malgamine. Crew to battle stations. Crew to battle stations. Observers to the bridge. Ink. Dragons above them all combined. Look at the display. You mean this place not even out yet? Yeah, sure thing, General. Oh, so it's in Roland. At least we found it. Where should we intercept, sir? Need to lure to the lake, but we cannot afford to get near the capital. Interception point will be near the Lenhart River estuary. Patrol ships, lure the dragon to the riverside. Attack ships forward. Arcee to all ships, interception point, the river estuary, all propel ships. Lead the dragon to interception point, formation B. Attack ships, launch, proceed to interception point. No, but we do have the oxygen destroyer, Kenexco. I think he would actually fall into their hands. Just need to settle this myself. No, if I act, it'll simply be the same thing all over again. He and I are in the same position, I suppose. Great ideas who aren't in the sky. Please guide us, who stand above this chaotic earth. Dude, I'm not even sure she exists. All attack ships launched. Estimate arrival in 1220 hours. Full speed ahead. Put us southwest of the interception point. Restore orbital power to all sections. Ahead full. Help. Take us southwest of the Lenhart River Sanctuary. You mean the estuary, right? Shut up. Okay, I don't want to make fun, but it's really sad. Impressive? I think I'll go with impressive. How much they're stretching this engine to do these cutscenes. This is basically an RPG Maker game trying to do full 3D cutscenes. You noticed it with the dragon, too, I'm sure. How the dragon has one basic thing that looks like he's hovering, rather than, you know, maneuvering or flying. They're doing a good job with it. I'm not making fun. It's just... wow. Fire! Fire! Confirming splashdown of dragon into Lake Valerian. Shall we proceed as brand and bind it? Proceed. As soon as you've confirmed it safe, bring the Arcee down. Perform a water landing and inspect the dragon ourselves. Auto landing complete. No response from the dragon. Time to see this with my own eyes. Captain, accompany me. Can we? Yes, you should come too. Is an ancient dragon a legend? Not exactly something you get to see every day. We've already seen him, but I'm not complaining. It's handsome too. It's a shame he's asleep. Hope he wakes up soon. Dorothy. I mean, we still haven't fought the dragon, and you know that's where this is going. Incredible hardly does it justice. You guys came too, huh? Your Highness, it's dangerous out here. Please, I must ask you to return to the cabin. Be fine, General. Besides, seeing it up close, it truly is magnificent. Did you really sleep, though? We've confirmed a heartbeat, so it isn't dead. Even so, we pumped enough tranquilizers to stop an army of normal monsters. We'll be down for a while. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with ODing tranquilizers, right? Anyone see that Leonhard Love, whoever guy around? Doubt he could be hiding. He held the gospel, which is the linchpin of his experiment. If he's not here, does that mean they have abandoned their quest? Under the patrol trips, there was never a rider visible. I'd say it's very likely he wasn't present to begin with. Not surprising, he probably learned of our plan and fled. Typical of his sort of criminal element. Morgan, my boogie. Where are we taking the dragon after this? For the moment, the plan is to tow it to Lyston. After that, we'll discuss it with Her Majesty and Cassius. Maybe it's just my imagination, but is there a bump on his forehead? Yeah, I noticed that first thing, actually. But I wasn't sure if that was just part of his design or not. There's a slit on it. Maybe it's like an eye or something. Why would you say that, Estelle? The gospel's right there. So about that plan. Okay, Blue Wind. Damn you, you will not escape. Schwartz, get us in the air. Sir. There's the real shots now. Although we apparently don't have very good aim. No good. Guided missiles can't get a lock. Well, we can see the heat signature right there, too. Must be jamming our missiles somehow. Alright, give it a taste of the main guns. Get it in range of the long nines. It's going 2,300 cells per hour. 24, 25, 26? Monster. None of the patrol ships will be able to pursue it. The Arceus engine can keep up with that. All hands, we're accelerating to flanking speed. 3,200 SPH. Brace for G-force shock. What does that mean? Massive acceleration and thrust will feel make us heavier. Crouch down. Brace yourself. Flank speed engaged. Do not let it escape. I think they're catching on it. They flew out of frame. Hang on 1 second. I just want to check something real quick. Okay. Okay, we're good. Dragon descending. At this rate, we'll lose visual. Keep going. Do not lose it. How could we still be in a cloud? Wait, where is this? Nibble Valley. Could we already be in the mist? You should not be going this fast in this fog. That's part of the Nibble Valley, the place where the fog is deepest. We dock the RSA at the old fort. No, the RSA is too large. Operations over then. All operation ships to patrol the Nibble Valley region. RSA will return to Bose. Oh, shoot. Dragon fled to the northwest corner of the Nibble Valley. Part of the valley that's hardest to traverse, and it's covered in a deep fog, being further in than the bandit base was. In other words, scouting by airship will be difficult. Difficult at best. There's really no option but to send an expedition on foot. If we send a whole army, the dragon will just run away. She has a point. It would be better to try and strike him with a smaller group while he's still vulnerable. Meaning you'd like for us to leave it to you. We are more interested in investigating on difficult terrain than most of your troops. I'd say we're the right people for the job. Any idea how you would investigate this? As I recall, there's no real road to that section of the valley. Simply wandering over and praying to ideas you'll find them could take days at a minimum. Leave that to me. How are you allowed on this ship? Isn't this still like a high military secret thing? Sorry to butt in. Probably, should he be up and about? I told Tita, there's nothing but a bunch of scratches. Is he serious? Estelle stare. Tita, Estelle stare. Yeah, I don't think Agate's really pushing himself. Alright, whatever. Yep, blah, 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 blah. Lizards in the valley. I know a guy who knows a lot about the valley. Wemler lives on the east side of the valley. Bragged to me he got across a ravine that divides it. Your constant hunt for information has borne fruit. What do you do when you find it? There's a gospel outside, right? Job 1, deal with that. Just follow the reason the dragon has grown violent due to the gospel. The gospel's been responsible for all sorts of bizarre phenomena before now. If we nullify the gospel, we can put it under the rampage. Father Graham hit the gospel with an artifact and shorted it out, but we don't have a surfeit of artifacts. Yeah, we don't have time to fiddle with stuff like that. We're gonna smash the thing to bits, frame it all. Hang on a sec, can we really break a gospel that easily? Whenever I handled one, it seemed like it was really sturdy. We have a solution to that problem. Okay. There's something fitted. Oh. That's right, it's a gun blade now. So, the unit on the hilt applies high-frequency vibrations to the blade that help it break a gospel's frame. Because the vibration, the motor will break after a few hits. But Grandpa's sure if you hit a gospel cleanly, the gospel will break. I don't think I quite get it. What's this? Thanks, Russell. Can you get, like, one of those for all of us, please? If Russell's giving you a fighting chance, I suppose I have no choice but to agree. Do everything you can. I will have the airships around the valley on standby. We'll respond if or when the dragon slips past you. Tell them they won't need the ammo. So I guess we have to bring Agate for this part. Okay, I can work with that. If the dragon escapes the valley, the army will move to contain it with everything we have. We'll not allow the people of the barrel to come to harm again. So do everything you can. Don't worry about protecting others. Focus on your mission. Leave the rest to us. We brought that up. Nothing but politeness. Get us in the air. What are these for fuel, I wonder? Please form your party. Oh, okay. Oh my god. It runs on souls. You know, honestly.
Your aid, please.
We'll bring one of the Lobies. Get some experience from this. Dita's like, of course I'm coming with. I have to be able to fix the frickin' sword. Okay, fine. Nothing. How do I put it? I was just thinking how you two seem a lot closer now. The proud raven wears his white armor openly at last. It moves a man to tears. What are you going on about? Look at that blush. Seriously, it looks like you got your feelings up front of it, huh? Yeah, sure, whatever. I mean, it's such a useful power source, Blade Ball. There's so much of it. It's plentiful. Alright, let's do this. I haven't touched Olivia in a while, I just realized. Hang on. Oh, I still only have a 2. Meh. Okay. Hut on the east side of the valley. Sure, I can make that work. Yeah, enjoy the fog again. Thanks, Athletic Tape.
Here for
Trying to get my CP up if it's not obvious. Speaking of. I do love cutting them off in mid-combo. We're good to... Piece of... And whatever that was, I couldn't even hear that one. that might be worth it. That might also be worth it. That might also be worth it. I really hate to waste CP like this. But, I mean, multiple Shining Palms? I can't let that go. I'll take 7,000 experience for the people who are behind on levels. And they are no longer behind. That was 6 levels for that. Jeez Louise. Evade 4. Put that there, because hell yeah. What? Okay. Where's the frickin' hut then? Excuse me, I'm looking for a Java. Hello? Anybody? Oh, I can't find the hut. Alright, whatever. Negative to gameplay. Can't find the hut. Yeah, sorry, Mr. Ed. I'm gonna stop that pun right there. Alright, so. Who are you, Sprouts? Sorry to bother you, sir. We need to know where the dungeon is. How do you live out here with all of this crap? Absolutely not. Let me ask you kids one question. Once you find the dragon, what are you gonna do? Seems it's being controlled. We don't want to slay it. Keeps causing trouble, even after we break the gospel. We'll have to. Can't let it hurt people. Children do know nothing. You kids are treating that dragon like it's a big monster. It's no dumb beast you're hunting. It's a divine creature older than the Great Collapse. Saying it's been here for over 1,200 years? Come on, timer. Be serious. Sure, it might have a long lifespan, but Mr. Wilmer speaks the truth, I believe. According to the legends of the Septian Church, dragons are the divine guardians of she who dwells above. So I think we should have thought of like a blah blah blah. So you know this scene, right? Help us. No. Please. Okay. That's the scene. That's the scene we're watching right now. I'm dead serious. Well, hopefully the world before wasn't the super technologically advanced world that built ancient mechas, which we then find and use in our wars in the modern era, because that would be terrible. Could you imagine? Okay. I was gonna say, you can take your pick as to what I'm referencing there. That's a lot of games. But if I'm being honest, the game I was thinking of most was Xenogears. Look, I've got my support mage back there, Retro Justice. God, I don't remember how I got in here.
Take that!
Game. That's weird.
Piece of cake.
See, I'm the opposite on that, Retro Justice. Not just because of preference, although, admittedly, because of preference. But as I've demonstrated before, there's some objective reasons, some, shall we say, mathematical reasons, for why lower numbers are usually good in games like these. I mean, FF14 is a good example of the opposite of that. I know several people who don't even look at how much damage or health or anything like that they'd have by, like, level 100 in FF14 because the numbers have just bloated so far. Better to just look at how long it takes to kill something.
Nighty-night.
Yeah, exactly, Mook. What's the health? What's the boss health at? 15%. I've often thought that FF13 was the worst about that of the various FFs. Damn it, I've got a boss fight coming up. I'm not going to risk it. I'm just going to see if I can get it in here with RNG. I probably can't. Yep. Didn't think so. I'm not trying to insult you, Retro Justice. Like I said, there's mathematical reasons why smaller numbers are better, but just as a personal preference, I tend to like smaller numbers. I like it more when increasing my damage by 1 is a big power output, as opposed to increasing my damage by 500. And as was pointed out in chat, really at the end of the day, what really matters is the percent of your output. But that's getting mechanical. Oh, sorry we got that chest. Like, if you do 1,000,000 damage, but only just 1% of the boss's health... It's one of the reasons I like how in Diablo 3 there's actually a toggle where you can summarize the numbers that show up, or you could show the whole number. So that someone like me can be satisfied because I see you doing 63 damage, and that being a big chunk of the boss's health. And you can be satisfied because you see 63 million damage. Or billion. Diablo 3 does go into the billion range. Yeah, WoW does this too. I actually have an add-on which I intermittently use called Time to Beat, because the literal factor of time to, there's actually a term for that in the industry, in gaming industry. It's called time to kill, which applies in a lot of games, and it's exactly what it sounds like. In an RPG or an RTS or a tactical game, or basically anything where there's combat, there is a time to kill factor, right? And time to kill is a huge amount of game design, because you have to take into account the enemy health, the enemy defenses, any mechanics that the enemy may do to be able to heal them, or whatever. You also have to take into account what kind of output the player can do, how much they can do that, how often they can do that, etc., etc., etc. All that goes into time to kill. How did you find us, Sieg? I like how Agate still doesn't really believe about Sieg. I actually think having a decisive cap on damage and health, for that matter, is a good thing. But the problem is it's not a good thing in a vacuum, if that makes any sense. Ooh, okay. Let's see if we can get some CP on these. Because, so, FF7 and 6 are both actually really good examples of using the damage cap in smart ways. Because... Okay, so a damage cap doesn't matter as much if your enemy has a trillion billion health, right? Like, at that point, that's just irritating. Ooh, nice. So, for example, just to do some made-up numbers, some of the later FFs ran into this issue where you'd be capped at, quad 9. But then the bosses would have, millions of health. And at that point, that's just slow. That's just irritating. You're doing max damage and you can barely tell. Okay, that does give us CP. Nice. So it was. Yukon just hoping to find the keys to a brand new airship! You don't find anything. Anyways, so the point is, capping you at quad 9 works if you design the rest of the game around that cap. That's really what that summary is. Forgive me for the boring statement of dumb. I'm the wrong person to ask, Glorious Barbarian, but someone in chat might be able to help you out with that. I mean, kinda, yeah, Retro Justice. So, 7's another good game that plays with this concept. Let me explain another way in which a damage cap is actually useful, if you design around it. For example, let's say you do have a damage cap, but then you have bosses that have tons of health. But then you also have specific attacks, specifically designed attacks, which attack multiple times. I know that sounds strange, but that changes the mechanics, for lack of a better way to put that. Because what you have now encouraged the player to do is to try and change how they're building a character to try and hit those markers. No, don't. So they might actually then be able to do enough of the small attacks for it to actually count, for it to actually be enough of a hit to take a bite out of the enemy. And yeah, you named the big ones, Retro Justice, but if you pay attention, if you remember, there's actually a lot of attacks in FF7 and 6 that allow you to attack more than once. It's one of the reasons the Offering was considered such a powerful relic in FF6, because it made you strike 4 times. Nobody cared about the fact that the Offering cuts down your damage value by 60% or something like that. I forget the exact number. And another good example, Yuffie. Yuffie has some early limit breaks that do multiple attacks. But even that doesn't work unless you're built around it, because most of those multi-attacks lower your damage output. So you need to build around making sure that you're either hitting enough or hitting quickly enough, excuse me, or hitting hard enough in order to offset that diminishment, and so forth and so on. This is a really boring way to say that exactly what I started off by saying. You have to design around the damage cap. If you don't, then you have Trails in the Sky 1. Yeah, it's actually funny. Pokemon is a fascinating example of multi-hit attacks because, statistically speaking, most of the time, most Pokemon multi-hit moves are actually weaker than big hit moves. However, that's because that is offset by their accuracy and by... Ooh. Nice! We finally got Cookie, too. I'm going to throw that at the dragon. Anyways, most of those are offset by the accuracy and or the attack power. Plus, there's some RNG involved in multi-attacks in Pokemon. So in other words, in Pokemon, multi-attacks are more a matter of gambling than they are of a guarantee. But if that gamble lands, especially if you do something like pop a accuracy plus right before you do it, you have a higher chance of hitting, and the, that's it, I guess, the end. You're still gambling with it, but it's a nice trade-off at that point. Stealth group has arrived at the mountain where they believe the dragon to be. Go and enter and search. Transmit to all ships. Stand by at designated coordinates with armor-piercing rounds loaded. Dragon attempts to flee. Do not allow it to escape. Armor-piercing rounds. Cool. You know what's really weird is this is functionally the end of Act 1. What day are we on now? Don't answer that. I think we're gonna free the dragon. Don't die. I need your precious, precious CP. We are, in fact, about to finish Chapter 5. In fact, my mental goal is to finish Chapter 5 before the end of the night. Which is why I'm about an hour over my stream cutoff time right now. Dinner can wait. I got a dragon to capture. Or free, I guess. If you're reading this, please help. We've been stuck on this game for years. Localization team. That's literally true. As I said before, my heart goes out to the 2 separate companies that localized this game. 2 companies were stuck in this game for years. Can you imagine that? Just localizing. You don't even develop anything. You're just localizing. I mean, yes, I know there is obviously programming involved. It was just that big of a project, even. I mean, there were some behind-the-scenes issues, but really, there was just that much raw text to translate. That's what it was. Yeah, it's not often you see that kind of a cry for help here. I need to apologize to a friend of mine. I was going to hang out tonight. I mean, I'm still going to hang out tonight, but, like, I was going to hang out earlier, but I really want to finish this chapter tonight. I believe the exact statistics is this is 3 times longer than the Bible, I think it was. Something like that. I forget the numbers. You could probably look it up. Okay. Which version of the Bible? I don't care. Is it sleeping? It appears so. Our lion-hearted friend also appears to have taken his exit. This might be our chance. Heck, what should we do? First, let me close in by myself. With a bit of luck, I can break the gospel in one good swing. Don't worry, short stuff. I'll be fine. Just be ready to back me up if I screw this up. Let's make an obvious drawing my weapon sound here. Why would you do the yell right before? Yeah, you knew it wasn't going to be that easy. Boss time. Yeah, no kidding, Retro Justice. Even get in range. Yeah, he's got some movement. Alright, attack his ass. He likes to throw. Oh god, he's got some health. He almost has as much health as Rosette does in the remake. Yeah, Triaxia, that's actually one of the more common ways to beat him that doesn't involve an exploit. I have known multiple players who have done exactly that because they assumed they had to defeat the Midgazal. They were, of course, incorrect, but it is something you can do. Nice, Retro Justice. So what you're saying is, it was Rosette, in the remake, has as much health as the final boss. That's really funny, actually. I actually don't know, Triaxia. I don't use that method. Let's see if this works.
Prepare to meet you.
Learning Beta is almost universally useful. Like, Beta is an incredibly useful spell at that level. It's a tier 2 automatic AoE with one materia slot. That is invaluable at that point in time.
Let me show.
Mulching through this guy. Oh, he hits hard, though. I guess that makes sense.
Should have done that.
I mean, this is why I wanted to walk into this fight with multiple CP. Because I knew I was going to be fighting a dragon. That's the legend state. No weapon of man can defeat it. T, you got a flash canister left? Load it. Get ready to give us opening. Keep that thing cornered for just a second. It's time to be a badass. Like I said, don't worry. I got a staff. Well struck. The gospel is no more. And Agate is dead. Holy Stragus, that was cool. Imagine defeat the dragons. I guess that means things are impressive. Where's it coming from? Green eyes. Impressive, children of man. Your kind call me Ragnar, scion of the great worms who long have dwelt in this land. My words carry not through tongue or sound, but as an impulse through the void, connecting my mind to thine. Though should it please thee, thou mayest utter aloud what flickers in the dawning of thy thoughts. Okay, if we can talk, I just want to be sure you don't want to, like, eat us or anything anymore, right? I do not. My wrath which thou didst witness was invoked by the infernal device. It is well I am now free from its foul tether. Thou hast my gratitude. You're welcome. We don't need your thanks. We didn't come here to set you free, we came here to stop you from destroying everything. Thy concern is full warranted. Through me, a city and village came to ruin. The will was not my own, but still, the burden of these actions is mine to bear. That's not what mind control means. I cast myself upon thy mercies as to make amends. This is all Ouroboros' fault. And some people were hurt, but nobody died, so as long as you express your sincerity, I'm sure they'll forgive you. Sincerity. I am uncertain whether shall make sufficient amends, given the sorrow I have wrought. Children of man, wouldst thou approach me? Okay. Could you, like, power me up with your power, so we can go kill the guys who are higher tier than us? Because that'd be cool. This is a Septium crystal. This is pure Goldia, a Septium crystal which harnesses the power of space. Scars such as I have left behind this land must be atoned for in kind. Wouldst thou convey my regrets in recompense to those whose lives I have cast into disarray? Sure, I guess. Not good enough. You can't be serious. Come on, Agate. Such chastisement is perhaps warranted. True absolution dwells not in the realm of coin, gem, or gift. That's not what I mean. Given the size, this one's worth easily 10 million Mira. Okay. Give us one more crystal about a 10,000th that size or so. With the exception of policing criminal activity, hiring bracers costs money. Transportation of goods inside a province usually comes to about 1,000 Mira. Since this was a criminal case, so long as you can pay that, we'll take the job. Really, dude? Really, cat? Okay. Be as thou wilt, I shall purchase of thee thy services. Contract accepted, Mr. Ragnar. We'll deliver these to the mayors of Bose and Ravenu. The matter rests in thy hands, then. Truly 'twas a fine attack. The lack of focus afflicted thee in thy battle against the swordsman. Perhaps thou hast sloughed off the aimless fury to gird thyself in stronger resolve. You remember what happened at the mine? Though this body acted of its own accord, still did my consciousness remain clear. Small daughter of man, thy bravery and courage were worthy of the songs of minstrels and the praise of poets. And thou I see the strength and virtue of humanity held fast, despite the passing of the ages. More of a tease I would have guessed, Ragnar. As for thee, it's well known thy scent. Thou art offspring of the divine blade. How the hell do you know the old man? 20 years passed ere I took to my slumber, a son of man stood before me. Challenge me he did, in his folly, claiming he strove to master the way of the blade. Doth he remain hale? Yeah, he's doing fine. He never casually mentioned knowing a dragon, though. To no one's surprise, Cassius Bright is ever full of surprises. That reminds me, may I ask you a question? The gospel was attached to you by that Love guy, wasn't it? He had something about an experiment. Do you know what they were trying to do? First, I must dispel the confusion that clouds the understanding. It was not the silver swordsman who placed the black device upon my brow. It was a man in white possessed of unsettling power, the Professor, his appellation. At the Professor's side did the swordsman arrive, and in the throes of my ire the swordsman plied the extent of his art to limit the rack and ruin I wrought. Had he not lifted his hand, surely both the city and the village would have been seared to ash, not a stone left upon another. Yes, that's right, Love held the dragon back. He had but a single aim, to test the machine and see whether it could subvert a will such as mine, and in doing so proclaim it worthy, as a gospel of the Oriole. Wait a minute, do you know what the Shining Ring is? Nowhere is it to be found, and yet it is everywhere. Possessed of infinite power and the sum of all wisdom, yet the harbinger of bottomless despair. When thou standeth in its present, man must offer up an answer. What can change the nature of a man? I regret I maybe impart nothing further regarding this matter to thee. The ancient oaths prevent me from interfering beyond this extent. No aid can I render unto thee, nor can I guard thee from the fangs of the society. Farewell, children of man. In time you will have an answer to offer up, and on that day our paths shall again cross. I pray for the hastening of that day, that hour. It's getting pretty late. I hope everyone's okay. I suppose tables got turned on them? If that were to happen, Seek would return to tell us they're in danger. For now, all we can do is trust in them and wait. 1 hour till nightfall. Once that passes, we begin our assault. Captain, ready the men. Sir. That shall not be necessary. The hell was that? That wasn't me? Where did that sound come from? Looks like something real big's coming up from below. Hi. How are you? I am a dragon. Holy crap. Brave bannerman of the Osleys, hearken to my words. I am Ragnar, dragon who has slumbered in these lands since time immemorial. My will was wrested from me, turned towards the machinations of the vile ones. But as surely as I speak to thee now, thy bracers have freed me. The full tale is theirs to tell. Till next we meet, I bid you fair skies. And then he sails off to leave trails in the sky. Dot, dot, dot. Yes, I think that's an apt expression for that. I'm gonna give chase. Can't possibly chase him at that altitude. Even if the Arcee survived, we'd suffocate. This bracer's gonna have some explaining to do. Well. And thus the incident of the dragon came to a close. And now a week passes. Wow! Just like that. You two. I thought we'd meet here of all places. What brings you out here? Little whimsy, I suppose. You're here to make an offering to your sister, correct? Allow me to pardon myself. Yeah, I didn't see you in the way or anything. Are those flowers yours? Yes, although if I'd known the flowers would have company, I'd have picked a different color. I figured there's someone other than me sending flowers here every year. Didn't think it was you, though. Was it? An old man like me can hardly remember the things he's done over the years. Says the army general. Agate, can I place my flowers too? Yeah, go on. Sorry about all this, Tina. Thanks for coming out here with me. I wanted to give my respects to Misha, too. So thank you, Agate. Oh, it's enough of that. I should be thanking you. Promised I'd let you meet her once work calmed down. The dragon apparently said as much already, but you certainly changed, Mr. Croster. I feel much calmer somehow. Ah, cut that out. I still got a ways to go. But I'm ready to actually do something about it. Everything really does start here. It's time for the beginning of the prologue. I believe your argument had some merit. I was just, blowing off some steam at people who didn't deserve it. Actually, no, Mr. Ed. That's the funny part. That's why I started laughing. We've still only had, hints of the story. If there's anything I've learned from this, it's that we need both bracers and the army to function properly as a society. The organization and hierarchy of the army is certainly useful, but there are times when the bracers' swift movement leads to better results. This is the exact same thing you told me earlier. Richard had the right of it. The flow of information since orbits were developed has increased rapidly, to a point where no single group can capably manage it. The only way for us to process it all is to expand our numbers and allocate the work to progressively fragment subdivisions. I'm sure got that down. You got the border garrison, airship crew, royal guard, the intelligence division. It was a necessary evolution to keep pace with the times, even if a multitude of issues had fallen through the cracks in the process. For us, there is no turning back. That being said, you bracers are free to do as you will. We're limited, but you can, by all accounts, should protect the people to your utmost of your abilities. It may cause our two factions to clash every so often, but we'll just as often come to support one another. Whatever the situation may call for, we found a way to compensate for our flaws, keep from staying down the wrong path. Don't do anything too reckless. You! I believe this is the first time we've met, General. I am an enforcer of Ouroboros. You may call me Lionheart. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. What the hell are you doing here? This is a place where the dead rest. There's only one proper thing to do. Or do you intend to reenact our last meeting here in a place like this? I know. Leonhardt, Love the Blade Lord, yes. I too do not wish to disturb the dead, but I have a question I would ask of you. Earlier it seems as though you kept the dragon from causing greater damage than it otherwise would have. And here you are now offering prayers for the departed. Why would a man such as you bring chaos to our land? What sort of demons in your soul drive you to such acts? The only reason I reined in the dragon's rampage was to conduct a proper experiment. I had no goal beyond that. General, I simply act as the hand of the society as it orders. I am bound to the will of the society and no other. Do not think to compare yourself to me. You who are bound by force to silence over Hamel. Hamel, what's that place got to do with anything? In any case, Agate Krosner, your resolve is clearly hardened, but that means nothing if you don't have the strength to support it. Should you fail to measure up the next time we meet, more than your sword will end up broken. I don't think you can strut around all confident forever. I look forward to it. His eyes look so lonely. He tries to be cold, but he was sad when he was praying. Hey, General. Hamel was a village across the border in Erebonia. You know the name, do you? Us Ravenu folk occasionally had contact with them before the war. Not anymore, though. Not sure why. Why would he bring that name up? I'm afraid I am not free to speak on the subject. It connects to matters of international security. To what? I can, however, say this. If my suspicions about that man are true, that man has stared into the pits of Gehenna with his own two eyes. End of Chapter 5.